Tuesday, February 10th meeting to order at this time. I will call on Ms. Warner to do the invocation.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us bow our heads. Dear Lord, once again we come before you, just giving you thanks for another day. Lord, we ask that you cover us, guide us, and lead us as we make the decisions for this county. There are a lot of things going on in this world, Lord, but we need to just stick to the facts and stick to the prayer of covering all of us. Keep us, Lord. In your name I pray. Oh, one more thing. Let us make the best decision that we can for the people of this county and for this county without any prejudice. In your name I pray. Amen.
If we will, remain standing to have the Harnett County Heroes Remember presentation, please.
This morning we'll be recognizing Robert F. Baker. Bobby, if you and your family and friends, anybody would like to come up and stand with Bobby, you're welcome to. You brought a crowd with you today. Robert F. Baker, Technical Sergeant, awarded the Airman's Medal. Technical Sergeant Robert F. Baker distinguished himself by heroism involving voluntary risk of life at Pope Air Force Base, North Carolina on 23 March 1994. On that date, an F-16 collided with the C-130, causing debris to rain down on the flight line in the Army paratrooper holding area. As a result, the C-141 parked on the green ramp was struck with remnants of the F-16, causing it to burst into flames. Upon hearing the explosion, Sergeant Baker immediately ran out to the burning aircraft without regard for his safety to fight the fire. When the firefighting vehicles arrived, he quickly moved to a holding area where there were numerous Army personnel suffering from a wide range of injuries. Although there was constant danger from burning debris, exploding ammunition, and possible hydrazine leaks, he quickly directed initial rescue efforts and administering emergency medical attention. Sergeant Baker performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation on 3 severely wounded soldiers and treated those with severe wounds until medical teams arrived. In addition, he helped organize a triage area to prioritize the wounded and assisted in moving those with less critical needs out of the danger area. This included loading wounded into makeshift ambulances before the medical units arrived. The exemplary courage and heroism displayed by Sergeant Baker reflect great credit upon himself and the United States Air Force. Additionally, Bobby, you'll be presented a certificate of recognition. This certifies that to proudly presented to Robert Baker on February 10th, 2026. Your name and citation that appear on the Harnett County Wall of Heroes will remain so forever as part of the history of Harnett County, is being duly recognized for your act of heroism while serving in the United States Armed Forces. We as a country come together to commend you for your actions and dedications to our great nation. Signed, Brent Trout, Harnett County Manager, Duncan E. Jaggers, Chairman, Harnett County Board of Commissioners.
You got a bigger bed?
Ready? 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2.
Thank you.
Sometimes the family.
Okay, this evening.
I do that.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate this. Halloween Day that day, to say it was, whoever came up with this idea of honoring all of us on the wall is a very good person. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, we'll consider any additions or deletions to the agenda.
Chairman, make a motion to approve the agenda as published.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, regular meeting minutes of the January 20th, 2026.
Make the motion that we approve.
Second.
Motion in the second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Presentation and results of the 2025-26 compensation study. Ms. Janice Lane, Human Resources.
Good morning, Commissioners. We come before you this morning. We have Pete Ronza here with Pontifex Consulting Group, who is our consultant that ran the comp study this time. So if you remember back in the fall, we put out an RFP and we received responses and went through each of those and selected Pontifex again to do the comp study. Again, because of their support, they already know our systems, have our job descriptions. And the one thing that set them apart is that they offer 12-month support after this project's completed. So as we're going through the budget and a department's adding a new position with a different title and job description, we can rely back on their firm to make sure we're putting the positions in the correct pay grade. So today, I have Pete. He's going to be up here, and he is going to present the findings of the comp study. But just know that you're not making any decisions today. He's just presenting the results and what their recommendations are. Okay.
Morning. Thanks for having me again here with no snow, because I got enough of that where I came from. So I'm just going to, as Janice says, I'm going to just cover the report in brief that you have in front of you, just highlight some issues. County Manager and Janice will discuss later through the budgetary process any recommendations that they want to make. Janice was kind enough to hand you a sheet that updates one of the pages. That is because at 8:30 this morning, the Department of Labor updated its ECI figures for 2025. So they're not magnificently different, but we did want you to have the most accurate in this PowerPoint, and they will have a report to you later in PDF form that will have that one page updated. Just the only reason that you got another page. Love when that happens. So as Janice says, we've been doing this. We did your last report, so you're doing a tune-up right now. And this is very common. We just finished Rowan County the other day, very common all over the country for people to make sure that their compensation systems are still set so they can attract and retain people. Because your biggest cost, of course, is people because you provide a service. So that's very important. And just briefly, again, when we talk about a comp system, we're looking at three elements, the external competitiveness in the middle, which is what we're talking about, the internal equity, which is how jobs are allocated in your compensation system, and then the not sexy but very important process equity, and that's the maintenance, because jobs change, the environment changes. That's why we give support to the county manager and the HR department, so that as things change, as they develop, compensation system evolves with it. It's not a static. It's like your car. You got to change your oil, check the air in the tires, make sure it still runs. Especially in an organization your size with the diversity of jobs and professions that you have. So we looked at in brief, and you'll see in the report, what your competitiveness is with your different labor market competitors, and I'll talk about that, and positioning yourself in that sweet spot so that you can, again, attract and retain talent to provide services to the public here at the county. Why do you do that? Kind of cover that. It is your biggest budget item. You do want to make sure that you are having the right people in the right places. And actually, in the last 3 or 4 years, retention has become more important than attraction. It used to be the other way around, because we're finding all over the country that your competitors have absolutely no problem writing a bigger check. I just had one yesterday in Minnesota where they wrote a $15,000 check to kidnap a benefits person from another organization, because I know I'm getting somebody who's got talent, who's productive, who can hit the ground running. So a lot of organizations are very, very nervous right now about retention as well as attraction in the labor market. So again, you want to make sure you've got your pay system lined up. There are other things, other reasons why people join you, and that's your branding, which Janice also works on, but you want to make sure that compensation is not one of the issues that causes you harm in those two endeavors. We look at jobs, we don't look at people. That's a whole nother issue. Once we define for you how your structure is, then, and this is something Janice and her crew are really good at, then we determine within those parameters of that comp system, how do we then pay the individual based on certifications, experience, longevity, performance, et cetera. But first, you got to make sure that your system is lined up. So that's why we're neutral, and we look at the jobs when we look at the market, not the people. This is the slide that we just updated, because at 8:30 this morning, they updated the ECI. It's good to look at, and these next couple of slides, it's like looking at the thermometer outside the window to see what temperature it is. It's good to see what's going on. We are seeing the labor market starting to level off. I hate to do this. I'm a labor economist by background, which is like being a meteorologist. But we do see signs that inflation is going to stay at about 2.5, and the ECI today is reinforcing that we're going to wind up back to normal at around 3 by the third quarter of this year. So the labor market is starting to normalize. The market in period is starting to normalize. Now, with a grain of salt, I say that, because depending on profession, depending on part of the country, we're still hot in healthcare, and in other markets. But overall, the market's starting to get back to normal. I show you, as usual, 2 pieces of relevant data: CPI, which is the cost of goods. And a lot of people, and it's natural, think of that as an indicator of wage increases, but with caution that CPI is the price of goods. Yeah, you still got to go out, buy the groceries, pay the rent, put gas in the car, but ECI is what we tend to concentrate on, also from the Department of Labor. That concentrates specifically on labor and movement of labor. And then the county has asked me to put that other column just for your reference so that you can look at it at the increases that you have given, so that, again, you can compare and contrast. But we like to keep an eye out on the market and look at how things are going so that you can plan accordingly. This is kind of the good news I was talking about. In that second part of the slide, the blue and the gray line, that's good news. We're starting to see wages trending higher than inflation overall. That means buying power is better. The other reason for that we're seeing is productivity is picking up, which we haven't seen that for a while. And the more productive the workforce is, the more the ability to be able to give increases, because you can justify that by the productivity. So again, things are looking good. And don't quote me on this, it's like a betting market, but you should have some stable years in the coming years, and North Carolina is showing no trends that are any different than overall. So just wanted to show you that. This is how we found your aggregate of your entire report as an aggregate. That low end, that's natural, because the lower end of the wage scales since the pandemic have accelerated. The last year or so, they've tended to calm down. Things like minimum wage mandates, Cumberland County, when we worked with them, I think it was 3 years ago, put in a $15 an hour minimum for their organization. So all those have stabilized. but that's kind of natural for most people that it's showing that somewhere in the 3 to 4%. Your other ones look good. We did give the county some recommendations. Again, they'll discuss those with you during the budgetary process, but that's not bad. I mean, your low end is a little low, but the other ones look good to get you in that sweet spot again, to where you can compete. So you're looking good as an aggregate. We have just given these recommendations as a conversation piece. As I said, the county manager will be discussing that. And we saw some positions where we recommended to Janice and to the county manager, they can look at that in the coming year to see. Remember, I said it's a combination of internal and external. It could be that a job is off externally, but internally is in the right place. So they'll look at that. They'll take the time to look at that. There's not that many. Again, part of that maintenance of making sure things are okay. And the county manager will discuss those with you. The budgetary process, everything you're doing will ensure that the county will be able to maintain the system. You are legally compliant. We didn't see anything in your system that is out of whack with any of federal regulations that are out there. So, and we're on the hook, like I said to you guys, if there is a law that comes out, a regulation change, FLSA, et cetera, where they're at no charge, we'll help you guys out, make sure you stay compliant. And that you're attuned. So everything looks good. I like good news, but I'm here for you. So if you have any questions while I'm here, happy. And if you think of something later, Janice is my air traffic control. Please feel free to just let her know, and she'll be happy to get a response back. Just to let you know. But any questions?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.
All right, up next is Economic Development Quarterly Update. Mr. Stephen Barrington.
Hey, good morning.
Morning.
This morning, really want to kind of give you a little bit more detail than what we typically do related to active projects. And so when we speak to, we'll just highlight a few things that we typically do not share with you. Right now, we have 5 short-listed projects, all manufacturing, and you can see some of that data related to the jobs and the CapEx, over 614 jobs, a CapEx of over $300 million if they were all to come to fruition, et cetera. Of those, there are 3 of those, there are 3 locations in Dunn and 3 locations in Lillington for these 5 projects. Now, how can it be more? It's simply that there's a company, one of the 5 companies is looking at a project or a location in Lillington and Dunn. Thus the difference there. The types of buildings that we now have, we've submitted over the last quarter, we submitted 5 different unique buildings, which is great for us as a huge increase from what we've done. We've also uniquely have 5 sites that we are submitting for projects as well. So right now we have 10 unique properties that we are submitting. Of the project locations, you can kind of see the project locations of where we're submitting for, based on the project types, et cetera, and the unique characteristics thereof. One thing that you will not see within both the building sites and specifically the location, you're not going to see injure codes. Right now, we do not have a product, we do not have a building or site in either location that we are championing and that we're pushing for and submitting for projects. We are working with both Angier and the town of Coast to try to identify a site, an opportunity that we can help them develop a flex industrial, a flex office opportunity whereby we can submit their locations as well. Also, when you see above, underneath really the buildings and or the property locations where it says Harnett County, we really should have referred to that as unincorporated areas because everything's in Harnett County. On the second page, we've not really kind of shared with you in the past what type of projects that we are really responding to. But in terms of manufacturing, the subsectors of manufacturing, this is what you'll kind of see. You'll have a lot of different subsectors of manufacturing, from defense to construction, energy, furniture, life sciences. Now, out of all of these life sciences, we had 6 of the projects over the last quarter were related to life sciences. There were 3 that were related to energy and or biofuels, renewals. Since July through the end of January, and if you'll go to one more page, Melissa, at the top, we've actually submitted for 81 projects. And at this point, we've been able to, of those, that accounts for about 40% of the total projects that we have received from the state itself. Or actually, I just told you incorrectly. I apologize. We received 81 projects. We submitted 33, which is 40%. There are some major areas and reasons why we are not submitting for different projects that we receive. One being, we just don't have the product that's going to meet their requirements based on their time frames, etc., either sites or buildings. We just don't have it. The second is power. The amount of power that we have been receiving for projects has been, over the last several years, have just been incredible. And we're working with Duke Energy and we're working with others to be able to, how can we get more power to some of the sites that we are trying to show, such that we can be more competitive for different projects. Power is a major issue. Also, City of Dunn specifically has not had a pre-treatment program. That has eliminated us from several projects related to manufacturing industrial that had a need for pre-treatment at a quicker time frame than what they were able to provide at this point. At this moment, they are working towards, we've spoken with the City of Dunn, and they are going to work towards trying to create a pre-treatment program for their city. Related to the industrial product inventory, again, this is the product inventory largely are those things that we're not marketing today, but those things that we're trying to is coming through the pipeline to be able to market in the future. But before that, we did thank you to you allowed us to submit for an EPA Brownfield grant. We submitted that in January. It was supposed to originally be in the fall, but because of government closure, they moved it to January. We'll find out if we're awarded in May of this year, but that has been complete. A few other things I want to highlight on the site readiness side, on the right side, the Harnett 87 East, which is really the county-owned land right beside Lexington Plantation off of 87. That is in progress right now in terms of the due diligence that's being completed, as well as identifying how to get there from I-87, but Highway 87, but also Nursery Road. The Robin Hood site. In November, we had a final report where we had site selectors that came in, and this was part of the Duke Energy Site Readiness Program. They came in and they kind of gave a final report. Well, after that final report, Duke Energy came to us and said, we would like to additionally fund you $60,000 to be able to do due diligence. So right now, we are receiving, as of this past Friday, was the cutoff date to receive bids for that. We will be awarding a contract towards the end of this month. We've kind of funneled this through the Harnett Economic Development Corporation. The US 301 South Industrial Site, this is 58 acres immediately across from Harnett 95. 58 acres, we feel like it's a great site, a great add-on to what we're doing in that general area. The Harnett Economic Development Corporation are using their jobs campaign funds to be able to do due diligence on this, so it's being paid through HEDC. We were informed last week that we were awarded a grant of a little over $656,000 to start working on phase 1 of the WIP site, Western Harnett Innovation Park. In terms of doing some clearing and grading, doing some design and engineering. We will come to you next week for approval of that. And on the final page, a couple of things I want to highlight. Edgerton Industrial Park, Site 1 has been completely cleared and graded. So that's where we're marketing that. We're very fortunate to have that marketed. It looks very different. We had we shared this project. We had a site visit last month, and this is one of the 2 sites that they went to see. It shows very well. The second site, which is up across from off of Gateway, right across from Adams Products, it's in process right now doing engineering and design work. 2 other things I want to highlight. Congratulations to all of us. The dirt has been moved. It's starting to be moved at Harnett 95 Building 1. It's been a long time, but it's really good to go by there and start seeing dirt being moved. By quarter 3 of this year, quarter 4, beginning of quarter 4 this year, the building should be up. 175,000 square feet subdividable. Very excited about this project. And lastly, Midport 95. Now that Vulcan has purchased the building in Benson, they're the owners also of the property right beside Rooms to Go to the left. If you're looking at Rooms to Go right on the left, their plan is to put 1.3 million square feet in. They're in the design planning phase right now with 500,000 square foot facility. They are going to likely come back and see if we can help. How can we help them gain more power to that site as well, and some other utilities too. But again, wanted today to give you a little bit more information related to the number of buildings and sites that we do have that frankly we didn't have 6 months ago, and the different project locations that we have and the types of projects we're receiving. Any questions?
I don't have any questions, but I want to say thank you.
You're welcome.
It's been a long time coming. I've been sitting here on this board for many, many years, promoting economic development growth in this county. And now we're just beginning to see some movement. I would like to ask you, in going into Greensboro on 421, that mega site on the right going in, I'm hearing that aviation plant that they're building up in there, it's going to have 11 different plants on that piece of land. It's huge. It is really huge. Is there any way that Harnett County will be able to absorb just some small parts of that? It's just like the mega site that we were building out there in Montague. We put a lot of money in that site, and it was supposed to promote some different plants here to Harnett County. That's the reason we put I still got books that thick. And we've seen nothing because I don't think that Benfap's not going anywhere now. They don't know what's going on there. Can you ask the question if anything is coming from that area? Because I just can't see Greensboro and what is that, Robin in there?
Yes.
Assuming all of that. I mean, it's a huge mega site.
We have no doubt, and you're 100% right with your assessment of that project itself, but also of the whole aviation that's from Greensboro on, et cetera. We do feel like there's tremendous supply chain opportunities, and we actually believe that several of the projects that we have here that we've noted, they're part of the supply chain for some of those larger companies as well that's taken place from really Greensboro and along the Carolina Core area down 421 as well as the Triangle area. There's no doubt in our mind based on the project types and the sizes that there's quite a number of supply chain companies that are looking at this market, and we're trying to compete for as many of those as we can. But they don't specifically say we're supply chain for this, but you can read enough into what they're doing to know they're here for a reason, and we kind of know why, because within the couple of major regions that we're part of, there's some big companies, to your point, that are going to need a lot of suppliers. So while we can't say definitively, yes, we know this is we do just from the types of projects, the size of projects, the types of industry subsectors, they would certainly be suppliers for those companies as well as others as well.
One more thing I'd like to say is that I am so happy to see that Harnett County is now preparing for a ready-made workforce. And that is going to carry us a long way, because we are grand opening on this new school building over there in Dunn that we're doing on, was it Friday?
Yes, ma'am.
That's right. That is the best move that we could have ever made, and the best investment that we could have ever made for Harnett County. Harnett County needs jobs, and you are the only person that I know of that came into this position here, economic development. Served on the board 6 years, but
Well, I'll say a couple more things related to what you said. First and foremost, this is your leadership that we're doing. We're just following suit, but this is your leadership that's making it happen. So thank you for that. The second is the CCCC, the Central Carolina Community College down in Sanford. Want to highlight in terms of the impressiveness of that school. We're talking about the new skin that's over in the Four Oaks, and it's a beautiful building. The industrial building that they have in Johnson County, absolutely beautiful. 60,000 square feet. However, the E. Eugene Moore training facility that's over in the Sanford area that supports us and Harnett County is really the largest training facility in North Carolina. It only rivals one other on the East Coast of the U.S. Tremendous value. You're exactly right with the workforce.
well, thank you, Stephen. I still say I give you credit for a lot of the work that has been done to move this forward. Because as I said in the very beginning, we need jobs for our citizens. It doesn't make sense for as many of our citizens, what is the percentage now of our citizens going out of the county?
40%.
40%. One time it was 38, and it's still, the needle is still moving. But I'm glad to see.
I'm sorry, that's not 40%. I'm so sorry, 40,000, which is in excess of 60%, around 62%.
60% is what it used to be. It was just 60% of our citizens go out of this county to work in another county. And a lot of the tax revenue stays with them in those counties where they work. And you know, our citizens complain about the taxes that we have to pay here. We have no retail except for Dunn and 87, out there in 87. None in this area. That's another thing we need to work on.
So if I
One more
could,
question for you. What's happened with the pharmaceutical plant that's supposed to be down on Prison Camp Road? Brighton.
Wonderful question. Before that, I do want to highlight one point. We did say from the outgoing standpoint, outbound, there are 40,000. There are also 19,000 people coming into the county every day to go to work. It's a net loss of about 21,000, give or take, but it's still, I wanted to just make sure I kind of added that as well. In terms of Crygen is going to be using that name. They had sold their company to an outfit up in the Northeast. They are now doing some work. If you go by, you're going to see at ILC Dover, which is the Ingersoll Rand. It's a public company right there, as well as the Crygen. You're starting to see more cars, more movement. It's still in the early phase. It's still in the early phase, but they have been hiring and they have been doing work at both locations. But they're going to use the Crygen name, although it's not owned by Crygen anymore, or it's a separate entity.
So that sounds promising then. Hopefully.
Yes, ma'am, hopefully.
Hopefully.
They're in the early
This
phase.
has been going on for years.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the work you do.
Thank you very much.
One last thing,
Yes.
with the potential interstate development coming through Harnett County, maybe down 87 area, that quarter out there could be very much an active area. So I don't know how far along we are out there doing stuff, but the 87 quarter could turn into a really hot spot.
But Mr. Jaggers, Chairman, absolutely agree with you. Right now, it's solidified between 85 and Sanford, the 421. Again, the Sanford to 95 is not fully finalized at this moment, but from all intents and purposes, from just in 2023, there was over a $1.3 billion cost savings if you went down the Highway 87 right past Fort Bragg, and that's very important to the state itself. We do feel like that's likely, our team feels like that's going to likely be the location of which it will land, the last leg or whatever. We do agree with you. We're very, very keen on that area. And I will also mention, Commissioner McCoy, related to the retail strategies has been working very hard. And we've been in a number of different meetings with them. There are multiple active projects from a retail standpoint that are frankly quite exciting that we cannot, we're not there yet over the hump, but there are some significant and exciting opportunities to come across multiple areas of the county. That's one of the areas off of 87, but there are also a few other areas right here in Lillington, Anger, Dunn, et cetera, that are all seeking great attention. They're not seeking competitive attention, they're seeking unique attention in those locations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Moving along to the reappraisal update, Ms. Wallace.
Good morning, Commissioners. As you know, our reappraisal was effective January 1st, 2026, and this morning's update is regarding the public presentation being shared at various locations across the county. Attending each meeting is myself, Sarah Tyree, the Assistant Tax Administrator, Nick Himmel, our Real Property Reval Supervisor, and Caleb Dinger, who's the Project Manager for Vincent Valuations. 3 of the 9 meetings are now complete, and the next meeting is this evening at 6 o'clock downstairs in the training room. Our presentation that we are giving to the public will be available on our website for public viewing as well. So most of the information we've discussed in previous updates here, our requirement is to reappraise property at least once every 8 years, and that Harnett County is on a 4-year cycle. This process is to reset all values as of January 1st. And that the reappraisal aids in the distribution of the overall burden being equitable across the county. We discussed with the public the changes in values due to new construction, permits, splits and recombinations, and our current parcel count. In this public presentation, we share with the public that our objective is to reappraise property at its fair market value as of January 1st, and that statute tells us we must do this and it must be appraised at its true value in money, along with giving the quoted definition. So market value, over time, properties change in value depending on location and characteristics, and that the tax department does not create market value. We only analyze sales within the market to determine patterns and trends, and that market values are set by the choices of buyers and sellers within the marketplace. The timeline, as you can see, we're now in the early spring of the value review. We've got through January 26th, so that is being completed, and final data entry is being submitted into our software. And of course, we anticipate sending out our notice of value changes in mid-March. And then at that time, we'll begin to accepting appeals through May the 8th. So where do our values come from? We discussed that properties and sales are analyzed to determine physical condition, market areas, and sale prices, and that variations occur amongst homes that have bonus rooms, basements, finished and unfinished rooms, and unusual floor plans. And from this information, we must develop tables based on that data in order to predict values. So why do we do it this way? It is because we're responsible for appraising over 80,000 properties at one given time by that January 1st date. And this is called mass appraisal. So we adhere to industry standards for mass appraisal to produce reasonable and reliable values. We also discuss the differences between fee appraisals and mass appraisal. So different areas and different changes. So since 2022, we have seen market increases that have changed in different ways, and that some of those areas have seen significant changes while others have remained steadier by comparison. And then next, we reviewed examples with the public of sales within the market across the county for residential properties in each township, real property manufactured homes, and commercial properties. And I'm not going to go through all 15 or 16 of those examples with you, but just for the purpose of this meeting, we'll show that there's a picture of each structure, the year built, the 22 assessed value, the sale date, what it sold for, and what that market increase looks like. So we go through each individual township for a residential property, then we discuss the manufactured homes and the commercial properties. What is new this year is personal property mobile homes. So real property manufactured homes are classified by the removal of the wheels, axles, and tongue, and it is situated on a permanent foundation, and the owner of record is the same for the land as it is for the manufactured home. Personal property mobile homes are different in that the personal property mobile home still has wheels, axles, and tongue attached, or are titled in a different name than the land. So I may own the land, but I rent a space to someone who owns the mobile home, so that would constitute personal property mobile home. The last known schedule of events for, the last known schedule of values for manufactured home was completed in 1998, and since that time there have been significant market changes in the value of these types of homes. So using data collected from sales of new and used mobile homes, we were able to ascertain a schedule of values to reduce the disparities among this property type. And the following are examples of the sales that we have seen in the market. So the first one is a 1986 single-wide mobile home that was assessed for $2,500. It sold in September of 2024 for $35,000. And so we were looking at a assessed value in 2026 of $33,281. A 2024 single-wide mobile home had an assessed value of $22,176, and that is based on the 1998 schedule. It sold in April of 2025 for $64,000, and so we're looking at assessing that home at $62,432. Same for double wides. A double wide mobile home manufactured in 1994 that was assessed for $5,000, sold in December of 24 for $67,000, and so that assessed value is going to be roughly $65,000. And the last example we have is a 2025 double wide mobile home that was assessed at $39,200 that sold in March of 2025 for $132,000. So we're looking to assess that property at $129,260. As mobile home and manufactured home becomes the more affordable housing option, we will see market increases on these mobile homes as the time goes on. So when it comes to personal property valuation considerations, we use similar practices in the assessment of mobile homes in regard to size, age, the grade, quality of the construction, its current condition, and whether it was a single wide or double wide. Staff in the office visited over 6,000 mobile homes in completing this task, and as well as our reappraisal vendor, and as a result, over 1,000 unlisted mobile homes were picked up or discovered. So we also discussed with citizens that we have appraised value versus tax rates, and so we discussed that these are two separate concerns and that the tax department only evaluates the market sales to determine value, but that the board and county management, they determine the tax rate based on budget needs, and that although the appraised value is determined now, the tax rate is not determined until the budget is passed by June 30th. So therefore, we cannot determine a tax bill at this time. Citizens are very interested in what is happening with the appeals process, so we go through this in a pretty repetitive and thorough manner. So we are asking citizens to review their property information once they receive their notice and check that their square footage, their year built, their building characteristics, and outbuildings are listed correctly. We're asking citizens if they have the ability to compare their property value with sale prices similar to to those by using our online service. That will be available in March once the notices are complete, and it's free for our citizens to use. And then if a citizen is still not satisfied with the information that they've seen, then, and their property information is correct, then the citizen may file a written appeal with our office. So is the question really about value? Often issues other than tax value concern citizens or property owners, such as the amount of the change in value, the affordability of the expected taxes, and the level of services provided. So we understand these concerns. We've heard them already at the public meetings we've held, but we, as the tax department, can only address the issue of the value. Citizens can help support their appeal by providing documentation regarding comparable sales using that online service. And since we only examine the exterior of the home, then pictures from the interior of the home may be used to verify condition. And then if a citizen has a recent fee appraisal from a purchase or refinance, then that information is useful as well. In supporting their appeals, they can check for data errors and out-of-date information, and that can be managed fairly quickly by staff in the office. And appeals must be based on value and not the change in value or expected increase that could occur. And again, we are driving home that all appeals must be submitted by May the 8th at 5 p.m. And then we throw it in another slide. So we cannot stress that enough because, and we will have forms available in our office, in the information outside in the hallway of our office, and then you can submit an online appeal, or citizens can even call the office and request a paper copy be mailed to them. We also discuss tax relief programs with citizens in these meetings. That has proven to be pretty fruitful. And so we want to share that our elderly citizens may, who are 65 and older with an income less than $38,800, may apply through June 1st for an exclusion. We also applies to our disabled persons who meet the same income requirement. And then, of course, we have our disabled veterans program in which they can receive a $45,000 exclusion from their value. Applications for these programs, again, are available in our hallway, outside of our office, and online. As far as next steps, we're looking, like I said, to send those notices out in mid-March. We'll begin accepting appeals. Our local board will sit and hear those appeals starting in April. The deadline to submit is in May, and then we expect our tax bills to be sent in August. Are there any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you assess the value of taxes on a modular home?
Oh, modular homes?
Yes, I didn't hear you say anything about modular.
It falls under the manufactured. So we're looking to see if it's permanently attached as real property or if it's under different ownership, and should it be attached as personal. So we look at it both ways. We have to make a determination as to if it's real or personal, and then we move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question.
Oh,
Like my grandbaby said, give me one more minute.
yes, ma'am.
So what was I gonna say? The taxes, I know you assess the value on all the new homes that's being built in this county. Mm-hmm. And there's a slew of new homes being built in this county. At what time or what point do these new homeowners start paying taxes on these homes, whether they're completed or whether they are completed and they're moving into their home or what? At what point do they start paying taxes on these homes? Because that opens up a whole can of worms in this county.
So as a home is in new construction, it is assigned a value. Once the permit is issued and they begin construction, then they are assessed a value at the end of the year. So if they began building in March and the home was 75% complete in December, then we assess a 75% complete construction value. January 1st comes, we move along. If the house is completed the following March, then, because we have to base it as on January 1st, the home is complete in March. We verify that, there's a certificate of occupancy issued, and then the following year, they receive a 100% complete valuation on that property, and the bill is complete. The tax bill is paid at that time. So they're paying a tax bill on the property based on the percentage complete every year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, I got you. Thank you.
All right,
Thank
that
you,
it?
ma'am.
All right, thanks.
Just let the record show that Mr. Nichols has left the meeting for a while. All right, moving along to discuss the Board of Elections and ballot security.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Board of Elections, I would like to thank the Board of Commissioners for your continued support here in Harnett County as we go through the voting process. Since I have been chairman, the Board of Commissioners have shown great support in our efforts to conduct elections. Your recent approval on the ballot on demand machines will help tremendously, as well as a new staff position, which will be coming on board fairly quickly. As a matter of interest, the ballot on demand machines are supposed to be delivered today, and we will begin introducing them on Thursday when early voting starts. And if you don't know how this system works, heretofore, when you go in to vote, you go into a check-in station, you give your name and so forth, they check you in, you give it a piece of paper, then you go and you may have to stand in line again to get your ballot. And there can be human error in somebody given the wrong ballot, and then creates more problems. But in this system, you go check in, you verify your identification, a button is clicked, and you're given your ballot, and you go to the voting booth. It eliminates a whole step in the process, that's just the next step in the voting process that we're going through. And all areas of Harnett County have been affected by the explosive population growth, and the Board of Elections is no exception. In 2015, voter registration here in the county was 67,086 registered voters. Current registration is almost 94,000. This number increases on a daily basis, and by the time the 2028 elections take place, we fully expect over 100,000 registered voters will be on the voting rolls. This places Harnett County voter registration totals in the top 23% of all counties in North Carolina. Currently, the Board of Elections have real and serious concerns with security in our current facilities. There are certain matters that our staff deal with almost on a daily basis that are confidential in nature, but currently there are problems maintaining this confidentiality. The Board of Elections share space with other county offices, and as a consequence, individuals outside of the election office are routinely present in hallways and in the next office. This creates a security risk in that matters involving ballots, voting equipment, voter information, election procedures are discussed. As a result, these confidential matters may be overheard either by accident or not. This risk cannot be fully mitigated through policy alone, but require physical separation and restricted access. Election administration requires a secured, controlled environment to ensure proper chain of custody, protect sensitive information, and maintain compliance with the best practices in election administration and our statutory obligation. Currently, the Board of Elections does not have a secure, dedicated space to properly protect ballots and adequately house our staff. The Harnett County Board of Elections respectfully requests that a proper facility solution be identified and implemented that provides restricted access and adequate separated office facilities. Our staff estimates the board will require approximately 5,000 to 5,500 square feet of office space to properly accommodate our requirements. All this may sound high, but we're dealing with an entire branch of Harnett County government, and we believe the most important part, because without elections, there would be no government. I've discussed these matters with the county manager and Commissioner Brooks Matthews. After this meeting, the county manager and another member of Harnett County management strolled down the offices and hallways of the buildings we're currently in, and afterwards we were told that nothing could be done. After I made the suggestion that the staff of the Harnett County Board of Elections be moved in one end of either hallway, it didn't matter which hallway, the head of facilities management, as I understand it, proclaimed to our director that if he lost his office, the employees of facilities management will no longer assist the Board of Elections in moving election equipment for our elections. So we have been fighting an uphill battle and sometimes hostile environment. I have been told that there may be room in the building which is commonly referred to as the IT building, and I'm not familiar with that building, so I cannot say, and there may be other places in Harnett County buildings. But I am able to say that changes need to be made. This is why we're turning to our elected representatives to hope to resolve these serious and immediate matters. In addition, the Board of Elections have a very serious and real concern about ballot security that I cannot discuss in an open forum. Simple reason, if I've discussed these matters in an open forum, these discussions could very well give somebody ideas that would make matters even worse. In short, the Harnett County Board of Elections is asking for proper facilities that are necessary for the board to adequately conduct free, open, and fair elections. I would be happy to discuss these matters in closed session, particularly ballot security, but given your lengthy agenda today, I cannot stay. I have to go conduct a funeral for a dear friend. And if you would like to meet with me at any time, I will make myself available. Or if this board concludes that a joint meeting between the Board of Commissioners and the Board of Elections would be productive, we would be most happy to meet with you and discuss these matters in detail. If there's any questions or observations.
I don't have any questions, but I want to say to our county manager, we need to have a meeting so we can fully understand what's going on here. Because there is changing on in the voting procedure. And we need to know what those changes include. I know he can't meet with us one-on-one, so I'm asking you to set a meeting for some of us, and I would like to be part of that meeting. Because I need to clearly understand what changes we are asking. Because there's a lot of things going on in this country with elections. And I don't want to be sitting up here and someone come up here and make a complaint that we didn't have a fair election procedure here in this county. So that's what I'm asking for.
Would it be possible at one of our meetings, if it maybe not the night meeting, but the day, one of the next meetings we have coming up, is that we do have a joint meeting with them, and we adjourn the meeting long enough to go as, follow whatever the rules are. All of us go to the Board of Election and observe what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying?
So as it relates to having a meeting, talking with Dwight and Chris, it appears that as the Board of Commissioners, we cannot go into closed session to address security in this particular issue. However, the Board of Elections can go into a closed session and do that. So we'll verify related to the procedure that we can follow in order to accomplish that.
Well, I'm talking about, it can be a public, I'm talking about doing the meeting out in open or whatever, that's no problem, but have a joint meeting with them, and then we go visit the facility with them during the meeting.
Right.
And so that we can look at everything that they're talking about.
Right. We have addressed some of the issues as it relates to security that were mentioned, and I have one more that I can do to ensure that the only persons having access to the ballot room are elections employees.
Okay.
So that can be done. So I think any immediate concerns as it relates to it, that's something that we can address. And we address, but we can take one more step. The other thing that I can say is that we have it has been something that we try to accomplish by moving them into this building to give them additional space. And I understand the concerns that they have, and we tried to do improvements, but it's figuring out the proper configuration to the room. We tour the building, and you can see what we've done so far.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if you would, any public meeting that we have, we need to make sure to include the leadership of both parties so that they can be a part of this, and that way it doesn't look like anything's being handled outside of the public purview.
No one has ever suggested that, I thought, but
No, ma'am.
all the meetings that we've had have been with both parties.
Yeah.
Because it's clear. We need to have this type of meeting. Because I faced some opposition, some things in the last election. I got nothing resolved from it. And I deserve an answer for my problems at that time, but I didn't get anything written in writing or anything sent to me or even had a full discussion on it. We need to make sure that we have fair elections. All of these candidates, I don't care whether you're a Republican or whether you are a Democrat. It takes money, it takes time, it takes energy. And I just want it to be a fair procedure for all of us.
I think we certainly do not have a problem meeting, doing a joint meeting with your board, and hearing the concerns that everyone has on your board. That would be fine. But I do think that the instruction that we're giving the county manager is try to resolve the most current issues as quickly as possible.
Will do.
And then we'll coordinate having a joint meeting with y'all to see where we're at.
Okay. Commissioner McCoy, I will agree 100%. Elections in this country can be volatile. So far, there have been some problems here in Harnett County, but nothing of a major nature. But if it does happen, I don't want the finger to be pointed to the Board of Elections.
I totally understand, and I want you to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I have stood out in front of the Board of Election, working on elections for 20-some years before I decided to run myself. So I understand what you're asking.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure it's fair. It's a fair for every candidate. I don't care who they are. And that's it.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming today.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, moving along to action items, report of unpaid taxes for fiscal year 25 and 26, and discuss request for approval to allow for the advertisement of unpaid taxes for the fiscal year 25 to 26. Ms. Wallace.
Okay, good morning again. In accordance with the general statutes, I'm making a report for unpaid taxes for the fiscal year 24-25 that constitutes a lien on real property. As of January 31st, that total unpaid amount was $3,676,270.25. The letter and report should be in your packet. As a follow-up to that, on the agenda item, I would also request approval from the Board of Commissioners for the advertisement of unpaid taxes in the newspaper, and we anticipate publishing that in April or May.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Discuss and consider request for approval of retiring deputies to purchase their service weapons. Mr. Major McNeil.
Good morning. Sheriff Coates, as you read, request to allow retiring deputies to purchase their weapon for $1 after their retirement. We had 4 deputies who retired at the end of the year: Major Wood, Corporal Stewart, Deputy Ellis, and Deputy Eason. So that's our request by the sheriff.
So moved.
Motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? You better get some more applications is what it looks like.
Yes, sir. Thank y'all.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Item C, discuss a request to add an additional special assistance in-home program social worker 2 position for the Department of Social Services. Kaylee Kelly.
Good morning. As you can see on the agenda item, I come before you this morning to request an additional position for our SA in-home program. Currently, we have 2 employees working in that program. For years, each of those positions managed 25 cases. The state decided that we would no longer maintain a waiting list, but we had to serve every person who came into our office and requested this program. And so now we have 95 that these 2 workers are trying to manage, and it's just way more than we can do. Historically, social services tries to ride the wave, as our cases ebb and flow. But right now, these workers are trying to dig out of a hole because they have so many cases to manage. So I'm coming to you requesting another position to assist with this program at this time.
My question is funding for this position.
So we have lap salary that would be able to cover this position through the end of June. And then it would be going next year's budget as we start. We're going through that process right now.
So you have enough to cover it to get to the point that the new budget could
We do.
absorb it? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Now, you say you have lap salary
Yes.
from vacancies.
Yes.
What do you attribute those to? Are we not competitive in our pay for the surrounding counties, or since we just had a discussion about this, is the reason why I asked.
Okay. So we do have employees leaving. We have an issue with retention based on salary. Everybody wants to make more money. So we do have employees that leave to go to other counties. For the benefits, different reasons. Remote work. The employees like to work from home now a lot. So whatever serves them the best, obviously they're going to go other places.
One thing that is different, Commissioner Moore, is that with this position is the base salary as it relates to this type of position is established by the state. So even though there may be other reasons they want to leave, the base salary has to fit within a certain range that's established by the state. So it's not like they're leaving for lots of money more, because it's restricted and similar in other counties. Okay. Usually there's a little money and other.
All right. Well, that's the very reason why I asked, because our consultant, wherever he got to, told it a while ago that retention dollars go a whole lot further than training dollars.
Right.
In a nutshell, and that's why I asked her to see what her best assessment was of why they're leaving.
And we have, and Kelly has brought to me a couple of individuals that had talked about leaving for other positions and requested that we give a retention increase. And so we've done that a couple of times and been able to retain people.
Okay.
My question would be, the motion to fund this position, does it have to be exclusively to the end of the budget cycle now, or is it something that obligates the next budget or not?
If you would approve it, it would obligate it for the next cycle as well. Okay. Now, it could, when you go through the budget process, you could take it back out.
I understand.
But it would obligate it for the next budget cycle. It would create a new position.
It doesn't have to be anything special with the motion.
Right.
Okay.
And if I can just add to that, the state's recommended caseload size for this position is 25, and even with this position, it would still only get us to 30. We're still going to be over what they say we should be at. So,
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Discuss a request for the approval of North Regional Water Treatment Plant Adams Robinson change order number 5. Mr. Burns.
Good morning, Commissioners and Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to present this change order. Change order 5 is an outstanding change order that goes back to the initial part of the project in 2024. We've been negotiating that change order since that time. The majority of the change order is for site revisions that were impacted by site conditions. For instance, a fiber optic cable that we didn't know about. We chose to upsize some pumps and filters and increase some lime storage areas on the property as well. Also, it takes into account the filling of about 5 acres worth of decommissioned lagoons that were taken offline to recapture additional property on the site. This is probably the oldest outstanding change order that we have. The specifics of it, our project engineer, Mr. McGugan, enumerated in his technical memorandum that was included in your packet. But I'll be happy to answer any questions for you on this moving forward as well. This would also adjust the project funding and reserves. I think now we're $106 million is the total allocated budget for this project.
Okay. Move to approve.
Second.
Motion in a second. We usually don't get 1.4 million change orders. Any further discussion? Go ahead, you got something?
Go ahead.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. Burns, while we have your full and undivided attention, I'll ask you the same thing I asked Ms. Kelly. Are you losing employees because of salary, or are we competitive? Give me your best.
We've lost some, I think, to competing utilities, particularly in Wake County. And we've lost, I think, in the past, maybe one to PWC. And it's usually salary related. They can go do the same job in Apex for $12,000 more a year or $15,000 more a year. And
same old story.
Yeah.
That's been happening for years.
Holly Springs, Fuquay, which, we supply all the water to those entities. So
I would say that's been happening for years
Yes,
here,
ma'am.
but it's a lot better
yes,
than
ma'am.
it used to be because we have paid more attention to the salaries we pay our employees. And I thank God for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Discuss a request to approve the replacement of the Harnett Regional Jetport on hangar's main door. Mr. Bonte.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Before you is a request to replace a hangar door at our county-owned hangar. So we got 3 bids on it, one of which came in at $90,000, one of which came in at $188,000, and then the one we are requesting you to go with came in at $57,860.25. We were wanting to bring this before you for the new budget year, as our old door was getting very worn and quite honestly dangerous to operate. But 2 Fridays ago, we had a cable jump off a track, get bound up, and then ultimately bend the entire door and partially break free from the frame that it was attached to. Spoke with Ms. Honeycutt, spoke with Mr. Trout, and there was some earmarked money in finance for Harnett Regional Jetport capital improvements as they arose. And I would ask you to consider this and approve it, and also direct Mr. Trout to sign any kind of agreements to move forward with this project.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? Hear none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Discuss a request to approve a resolution and agreement for the conveyance of real property to Good Hope. Mr. Trout.
Thank you, Chairman. So we have been working with Good Hope on potential project that they would have to build a medical building located on 2 pieces of property on Autumn Fern Trail Road. That's the road that's just off of Highway 401 and here in Lillington. That property would be used for medical services. The agreement has the primary purpose of stating that it will need to be medical facilities for a period of 25 years. After that 25 years, if it no longer is medical services, they would be able to buy the property at fair market value once they reach that. If during the first 25 years it were to no longer be medical services, it would revert back to the county for our ownership. So we ask to have your approval of this agreement with Good Hope.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Does it have to be read?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
It's been in the packet, so.
All right. I have a motion.
Second.
Second. Motion is second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right. We have any of the,
What?
Year's application.
What do you need?
I think you have one
Oh,
in your district.
they need to approve the resolution? Oh. Back.
What?
The motion on the, related to Good Hope needs to be approval of the resolution.
We have to adopt a resolution in order to be able to sign that agreement. So the resolution authorizes the property to be able to be transferred.
What did we approve?
You approve the agreement and then.
You approve the agreement, but we need to approve the resolution
I
and the
need a
agreement.
motion.
Sorry about that.
We have a motion to approve the resolution as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion on any of these that you have out here. I would make a motion to accept the resignation of Mr. Larry Mitchell on the District 1 seat at this time.
Second.
I would like to see what happened to Mr. Mitchell.
I think it's medical. It's medical.
Oh, man,
I don't want to,
because he was
yeah.
very faithful
I think-
person, citizen. Coming to
The
the
county
meetings.
manager can talk to you after,
Yeah.
tell you what it is.
All right. Well, I'm
Yeah.
through with that. I
Yeah.
just wanted to know because he was one of my favorite persons.
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any of the other ones? I think they're all District 1. You need more time?
For what?
District 1?
District 1? No. I'll make a motion to approve that.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the Jetport. And we have to do them one at a time, right? Okay. I have a motion to approve Walter Massey, District 1, in a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. I have a motion for Harnett County First Responders Advisory Committee. That one, we did that one. The Board of Equalization, do you have a motion for that one?
All right. I'm going to make a motion to approve that. But it's District 1.
I have a motion.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion here? None. All in favor of Kevin Thurman, District 1, Board of Equalization, say aye.
Aye.
And then
Board of Adjustment Hall.
who's the Board of Adjustment? That doesn't have a district. Is that just an open seat or what?
It is an alternate case that he resides in District 4.
Okay.
If it's not district sensitive, I'll make a motion to appoint.
Okay. I have a motion.
Do we know if it's district sensitive?
He's a District 4 member.
Yeah, but I'm saying, do we know that it's not district sensitive?
I'm sorry, what?
Do we know that that position is not district sensitive?
It's not, it's just an open.
Right,
position.
alternates are not
Yes.
district sensitive.
Okay, I approve.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Yeah.
Aye. I think that clears up all of those.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Trent?
Yeah, okay. First thing I want to mention is Samantha Willenberger, Executive Director of the Mid-Carolina Regional Council, is visiting us today. Thank you, Samantha. Appreciate all the support that your organization does for us. Quick update on probation and parole and done. The meeting was very successful as related to with the Department of Corrections folks. They have developed a solution related to the restroom issue, and we continue to work on future space needs and what we could potentially do as it relates to that. Options are being reviewed. In your information, I provided you in an email the mobile unit for the health department and where they will be visiting over the rest of the month of February. And we'll provide that to you each month so that you may, if it's going to be in your district, be aware of that. I need to mention that Deputy County Manager Coley Price was selected as the Assistant County Manager of the Year, and then they recommended me for County Manager of the Year, and I was elected as County Manager of the Year for North Carolina. So we cleaned house. So, exciting. It was mentioned earlier that we received a Golden Leaf grant for the Western Harnett Innovation Park. Very happy to see that. In addition, it should be mentioned that our school district received a $93,000 grant to assist with their CTE program from the Golden Leaf grant. And in addition, Central Carolina Community College received $2.5 million to help with their more innovation or more technical center that was mentioned earlier as well. So the good things happening in our area. The microtransit project that you approved the additional funding for was not selected. So we will not have, that commitment that you made will not be necessary because they were not successful. Quick reminder, the Harnett Advanced Technology Training Center ribbon cutting is Friday, February 13th at 11:30. Chairman Jaggers is going to be speaking on behalf of the county at that event. We'll also have the Dunn Committee of 100, the college, and Alliance speaking as well at that event. So come at 11:30. I do need a motion to approve budget amendments as requested by the Finance Office.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Yeah.
Motion carries.
I also need a motion to adopt adding John Stark Drive, McIntosh Court, Thomas Gage Drive, Tarleton Drive, St. Clair Drive, DeKalb Court, Artemis Ward Drive, and Ethan Allen Court in the Birchwood Grove subdivision to the state secondary road system.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
I have a motion to approve to adopt the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries.
And then I need a motion to add Red Cedar Way, Pink Dogwood Way, Misty Wood Drive, Winterberry Way, Paper Birch Way, Blue Aspen Drive, Pecan Grove Lane, Silver Maple Drive, and the Wood Grove subdivision to the state secondary road system.
So moved.
Oh, I'm sorry. So moved.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution. And is it pecan or pecan?
Depends on where you're from.
All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. All right.
That's all I have, Chairman.
Item 12, do we have any new business? Hearing none, we move on to the commissioner comments, and I'll start at this time. The one thing I wanted to listening to the tax presentation, and I'm seeing some of the responses and questions and kind of, I don't know if you call them accusations or whatever, but anyway, there's one thing I'd like, being with the people can hear the meetings today, is that just to make sure everyone knows that we cannot, as a county commissioner board, enact impact fees. There is a specific statute in North Carolina that will not allow us to put impact fees on buildings. So I know that that is a great idea in people's minds, but it's not because we wouldn't do it, it's because we can't do it. And I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that.
Thank you.
The second thing, in listening to some of the comments, seeing the comments and everything from the tax stuff, is that, you know, what is all this money going to? The money, the county's growing, and all the needs, the school needs, school buildings cost, we're getting close to school buildings costing us almost $100 million, and high schools are over $100 million. You have all the EMS, fire, law enforcement, all those needs are increasing as the population grows. So the tax dollars, I promise you, we're not trying to hoard it up here and just have it in the bank. That's not what the needs are. And the reappraisals, you know, I didn't understand reappraisals until I went to the conference down at New Bern and actually got to hear a lot of the things that happen by appraisals. And the biggest reason that I came out of there understanding is that the appraisal is the only way you keep taxes fair for everyone. Is that when you do the reappraisals and everybody then pays their fair share for what they have, instead of, you know, when Ms. Wallace gave the information about the way mobile homes were done a while back, they were not paying anything relevant to a lot of the other property owners. And now by correcting all the things out there, it keeps everything a lot fairer. And so that is one of the reasons to reappraisals that they taught us about, was that it keeps your taxes fair for the whole community. And that way, you know, people who might be paying too much for their property, it also helps them because it reevaluates it, and if the value has gone down, it does reset it. So that's my comments today. Ms. Barber?
I agree with what you said, statements that you made on the taxes, you know, because we don't keep our taxes at an adequate set fee. The whole county depends on that, because that's how we pay our bills here in the county. And but I want to address something else too. I'm a commissioner for District 1, but I consider my position as a commissioner for the whole county. Anybody calls me, I do try to address their problems, but I don't like to cross over into another commissioner's area. I will refer them to their own commission. But I'm finding out that a lot of people in this county don't even know who their commissioners are. And, but that's something, and I deal with it the best way I can. But I did go out into my community, and that's one thing I do. I'm not sitting here on this board for myself. I'm sitting here on this board to serve the people here in Harnett County. I visited the Riverside area last night. And in that area, I addressed the citizens there. There's some outstanding citizens in that area. Those citizens, they have regular meetings every month to address the problems in their community. They have been dealing with this flooding and water problem ever since I've been elected as a commissioner, and before too. Now, I can honestly say that Coley Price has been there to help me and to assist those citizens. But living under those conditions, flooding conditions, that's coming up in their home and all, you know, it's hard for a citizen to understand why the county don't reach out and do what they can to make their lifestyle better there. Regular lifestyle. And it was a difficult meeting. I can say, Coley, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have done everything you can with me to help those citizens. But I'm asking this board for this county to consider those citizens and try to help us do more in that area. You would not want to live in an area or in an environment where water is coming up from the bottom of your floors, where water is coming up to your air conditioner. And it's an environmental issue. And I'm asking this whole board, because some people think that they don't have no, it doesn't concern them, that's what I say. It concerns us all, because we represent all the citizens in this county. And it just saddens me, but you know what? They are great people. They see what we are trying to do. I reported that we filed for some funds from FEMA. I don't know if we're going to get those funds, but I'm asking you, Brent, to make sure, and not, I can't say that in that way, in that term, but help us. Help us. All the people in that district, in this county, we need to think about all, and just not one sector. Under 2 sectors, or 3 sectors, it's 5 or 4 sectors, because it's 5 commissioners here in this county. I take the time out of my schedule, out of my lifestyle, because I've lived here all my life, and I know what it's like for those citizens. So if anything you can do to assist me, assist those people, I'm asking you as we move forward. Thank you.
Mr. Morris?
Well, I want to thank all the staff for everything you've done. It's been another enlightening day. That's all I've got. Be short, be succinct, and sit down.
Sit down.
Well, there you go. Do we have any need for a closed session?
Yes, I have moved to go into closed session for the following purpose: for consultation with and instructions to the county staff concerning the position to be taken by the county in negotiating a proposed contract for the acquisition of real property. In a motion made for North Carolina General Statute.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you.
Motion and second to go in closed session. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're going to closed session. And we will recess and convene in the downstairs training room, 103, in 15 minutes is good? 15. 15, is that good? Give you time to do anything you might do?
If we could do 10 minutes, because we have an individual that's going to make a presentation that needs to leave by 11:15.
Okay.
So if
Well,
we
I'm
can
ready to
give
go
him
now.
20 minutes, so
Okay.
5 till.
10 minutes.
10 till.
10 minutes.
We're up.
Okay. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at this point in time. And what is the first? Who's on first? Davenport's up?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank y'all for having me back. We're gonna kind of, I know it's a big book in front of you. We're only gonna cover the first part of this. There's a lot of details in the appendix, which I'm happy to answer questions on, but we're not gonna run through all those details today. But this is, kind of every year around this time, we go through and do a quick financial update review of where you stand, as well as look at the future debt plans you have and how that compares to your debt capacity and your affordability. So that's what we're going to cover today. And starting out, as we talk about your financial profile and when we talk about potential future financing needs, we start with your credit rating. Right? This is like our personal lives. If we're going to go out and borrow money, the bank pulls our credit score. Very similarly, if you go out and borrow money from a bank or issue municipal bonds in the public markets, your credit rating is going to be a major driver of the interest rates that you receive and your ability to borrow that money. The county has done a great job over the years of managing itself financially, and that's resulted in fairly steady increases to the county's credit rating. At this point in time, you all are rated Aa2 by Moody's and AA by S&P. So if you look at that chart in the bottom left corner, you are solidly in the AA category, just 2 steps away from the highest possible rating of AAA. That puts you in a very strong position to borrow money if you choose to do so, choose to do so at attractive interest rates. You all last had your credit rating formally reviewed in March of 2025 as part of the financing last year, and that was a major update. It was a process that we went through with the rating agencies. And it had been a while since we had sat down with any rating analysts, so we actually had face-to-face meetings with staff and the rating analysts. And I know, Coley, coming back from that meeting, you're pretty impressed by the process and had some takeaways.
Very much so. Thank you, Mitch, for being here for this report. Just real quick, first of all, I'd like to applaud this board for what you're doing with looking at the growth that's pushing into our county from all areas. Your comprehensive land use plan you adopted, the strategic plan, your business plan, the capital plan, all that comes true to form. The rating agencies that Mitch is talking about were highly impressed with that as far as where you're coming from, what you're doing to absorb this, and what you're doing for future use. So the Jetport expansion was key. We had about a 100-page document that we presented to S&P and to Moody's. So all of us were in the room. There was not a question we could not answer. Davenport was there with us. They were highly impressed when we finished. Economic development opportunities. You've heard a very good report from Stephen this morning about where we're at with job creation. I know that's at the top of your list, Commissioner McCoy. The balanced growth, your standards, codes, and ordinance as far as what we're doing. The school expansion, Commissioner Jaggers, is what you're talking about. That is so key for where we're at right now, and Mitch will get into a little bit more of that. And then Christine with the tax reval report this morning has really painted the picture about where we're at in 2026. The rating agencies applauded our efforts on 3 separate occasions for the fund balance percentage that we had in March of 2025. And that was what was so key. I appreciated that meeting. It was an honor to be there. And I just look forward to our growth and what we're doing and how we're transpiring that as far as where we're at with the county department right now.
Thanks, Coley. Yeah, and I mean, I think you're right. We'll go through a little bit of what the rating agencies had to say here in a moment, but very positive interactions. One last thing here, just related to the rating agencies. You can see the credit rating distribution from Moody's over here. You all nationally are in this AA2 category, right? So that puts you ranked nicely compared to others nationally. what we're going to do as we look at your financial policies, we're going to show you the medians of the AAA, the AA, and the single rated counties, both nationally and in North Carolina, just to give you a little bit of perspective about how you stack up. Page 5, a little bit about what actually goes into the ratings. I'm not going to go through this in great detail, but I do think it's worth noting, like Coley said, several categories that they look at for importance. I'll talk about Moody's in the top left. Economy makes up 30% of their rating. And that's not something that you all necessarily have short-term control over, right? You can't adopt anything as part of this budget to immediately impact your median household income, your employment rates, etc. But like Coley said, the actions that you're taking with things like the Jetport and the economic development opportunities that are coming in, that gives you a long-term way to impact that. Financial performance is another 30%. That is largely fund balance. They look at cash and fund balance and change in cash and fund balance. Institutional framework, you're a county in North Carolina, so you're going to get a AA score. That's how it works out for them. Not much you can do to control that other than changing state statutes and what you're required to fund and support. And then finally, leverage is the remaining 30%. That's a fancy way of saying debt outstanding and debt obligations outstanding. So we're going to focus on these items that you kind of have control over in our review today: financial performance and leverage. Page 6 gives you just a high-level takeaway about what each of the rating agencies had to say. And as Coley said, credit strengths, what they really capitalized on was the substantial tax base and healthy reserves and liquidity. And that was a constant refrain from the rating agencies. You can see that from Moody's, S&P, very similar, improving economic output, and ongoing economic development and consistently positive operating results with high reserves, right? Those are the positive takeaways that they kept coming out of it. They kind of go through what could upgrade you, what could downgrade you. Just on the downside scenario, both of them referenced structural imbalances. So operating revenues not covering your operating expenditures, leading to a reduction in fund balance. That was kind of the key highlight for the potential takeaways. And substantial increases to your debt outstanding other than what was previously planned. So overall, very positive interactions with the rating agencies, and I think some key takeaways that we can be aware of going forward. Okay. I know Kimberly and Alan are going to cover financial performance, particularly fund balance. So I won't go through this in great detail, but just at a very high level, this kind of speaks to the chart in the upper left corner, looks at your general fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. The green line is your total fund balance. That's everything you have, including the funds that have been set aside for certain expenditures and restricted funds. And then the dark green is your unassigned fund balance. That's kind of your rainy day fund, your in case of emergencies fund. And you can see sort of the trend. Both of those were increasing from 2020 through 2024. And S&P kind of upgraded you there in 2023. That's kind of what got you over the mark with S&P and got you to that AA category. Slight decline in 25 due to the use of some of that for specific purposes, which you all are aware of, and that kind of brought your unassigned fund balance down at your policy target of 20%. And you'll notice total fund balance declined a little bit as well. Now, the dollars in your fund balance, total fund balance did not go down. You added to your total fund balance, but the other part of the calculation, expenditures, went up at a higher level than the fund balance increase. So you didn't spend dollars down, but with the increase in your budget, your percentage came down. So just something to be aware of there. Right side of the page is this peer comparative, and there's a few more of these, so I'll set it up for you. The light green bars look at the national medians. So you remember there's about 220 AA rated entities, AA2 rated entities. You're part of this AA category here. And what we're showing you is the median, right? So this is the midpoint of all of those counties nationally that are rated AA. Dark green bars are the North Carolina counties rated AAA, AA, and single A. And smaller universe, so it's a little bit easier to graph. The blue bars show you the range of all of the counties that fall into these categories. Who is the lowest and who is the highest. And so kind of takeaway is, right, at 20%, right on top of your policy target, you're kind of in line, maybe slightly trailing some of these medians, but certainly not an outlier within the range of the North Carolina counties. So overall, in good shape, but not really on the highest end of all of these folks. One last number that I'll point out here, because this is going to come back in a moment. You all have committed fund balance built up for debt service of $33 million. That is going to be part of our analysis as we look at taking on potential new projects. We're going to look at utilizing that committed fund balance over time. Okay? On the debt side, page 9, as of June 30, 2025, you had tax-supported debt outstanding of right at $220 million. So this does not include any of the Harnett Regional Water debt that's outstanding. It does not include solid waste debt that's outstanding. This is the tax-supported debt for governmental projects. About 85% of that $220 million is school debt. Just under 10% is county. And then right at around 5.5–6% is community college debt in the form of a lease that you all entered into. Right-hand side shows you all of this debt pays off by fiscal year 2045. And the annual payments under the total column, that's principal plus interest, on the $220 million of principal, the total principal plus interest is just over $300 million. And those annual payments, as you pay down your debt, are declining over time. You're starting at $26.3 million, and every year after that is lower. That's where, as we look to bring on new financings for new projects, there will be some affordability within your existing budget to take on new debt. Last thing on this page, far right column, is the 10-year payout ratio. This is the first of 3 policies, debt-related policies the county has. And this measures the percentage of your debt you pay off within the first 10 years. What this is telling us is that by fiscal year 2035, you will have paid back 65% or $143 million of the $220 million of total debt outstanding. So that's a very good pace of payback on that debt. You can see it a little more on page 10. The next page, you have a policy for this ratio, minimum payout of 50% of the 10 years, right? So you all are at 65%, you're well above that, you're retiring your debt at a rapid pace. The middle chart is your second policy, debt to assessed value. So debt outstanding as a percentage of your tax base. We are currently working off of the FY26 tax base. I know you all are in the process of reevaluation, but that is ongoing. So the most recent data we have is the 26 assessed value of just under $15.8 billion, compared to that $220 million of debt outstanding, gives you a debt to assessed value of 1.4%. Your policy here is not to exceed 2.5%. So you're well in compliance with that policy. We do have another peer comparative chart for you down below. you can see compared to national counties, you're well above those medians. But nationally, places like neighbor to the south, South Carolina, they have independent school districts that issue their own school debt. 85% of your debt outstanding is school debt, right? So it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison. But looking at the North Carolina medians, the dark green bars, you're slightly above those medians, but when we look at the blue lines for the range, you're not an outlier. You're not the highest one in North Carolina. This is a very good policy level, 2.5%. Typical policies range from 2 to 3%. So you're in very good shape on this ratio. Last one, debt service to expenditures. This is your annual payment. So in fiscal 26, that $26 million divided by your total budget, excluding capital, of a little over $200 million. And so that puts you in fiscal 26 right at 11.5% debt service compared to expenditures. Your policy is not to exceed 15%, so you're well under this policy. And again, looking at the peers, slightly above those North Carolina medians, but certainly not an outlier. You can see there's folks upwards of 18 to 23%, so not an outlier here. Taken as a whole, we would say you have debt capacity under these ratios. Compared to your policies, you have room to issue additional debt to fund projects if you choose to do so. The related question, and oftentimes the most important, is the affordability. Just because we have the capacity under these ratios doesn't mean that we have the cash flow available within our budget to pay for it. So we're going to transition into the affordability conversation on page 12 here. Jump forward one. Oh. Sorry, page 11. I jumped forward on the clicker. So there's going to be two of these pages. There's one for combined county and community college, and there's one for schools. The difference being schools have restricted dollars, like the portion of the Article 40 and 42 sales tax, that can only be spent on school-related capital or debt service. So we need to separate out the county so that we're not counting on any restricted dollars to pay for county or community college debt service. First off is the county. Column B is your existing county debt service. Column C is your existing community college debt service. Column D is a placeholder where we'll layer in any proposed debt for future projects. And then column F totals all of that up. And so that's your total county and community college requirements on your existing debt only. Currently, there's $4.77 million transferred to the debt service fund for county and community college debt service. You all, for a number of years now, have had a practice of transferring from the general fund to the debt service fund $11 million to fund debt service and fund the debt service fund. This is the portion of that $11 million that goes to county and community college debt service. Yes, ma'am, please.
A couple years ago, House group voted down funding from the lottery. So that funding that we were getting from the lottery, we as citizens have to make up that funding now, right?
Some of it, yes. So part of the fiscal policies that the board approved was a funding mechanism. Part of that funding mechanism restricted the money in that lottery fund to purchase land for future school building sites, and then an allocation of a portion of that for capital maintenance needs. And when that lottery money went down, we just kind of left that there to build for land, and we really don't access that. Part of what I think they had changed in the way they did the sales tax now is that if anything above that lottery revenue, we can get that. But then in addition, the capital needs-based grant that the schools receive, that takes part of that lottery money before we get that, and that takes that so it's not building as much. So yes and no in a way.
So what you're saying is that still a portion of that lottery money is sitting there, what we have been getting for years.
It's nothing compared to what it was.
Nothing compared to what it was, and I totally understand it. So, I just wonder, I've always wondered what happened with that money and how we get around not receiving that money. So, thank you. I apologize.
Okay. So what, just to kind of bring us back, total debt service requirements in column F, total revenues available in column I, and then column J is just showing you the difference annually between the revenues available and the requirements. You see those are positive numbers every year. Those are the dollars that will be available to fund future projects. Column K is the accumulated balance within the debt service fund, starting out at $4.3 million. That's the balance, remember that $33 million of committed fund balance. This 4.3 is the portion of that for county and community college related debt service. And it's growing every year at this point based upon these surpluses. We're going to layer in some new projects here in a moment and we'll see how that evolves. Okay? Page 12 is the school side. Same exact setup with the total existing school debt service only in column E. We will layer in some proposed projects in column C going forward here. The revenues that are available are in columns F through J. So we have the restricted portion of the Article 40 and 42 sales tax. Those can only be spent on school-related capital or debt service. And we have column G, the quarter-cent sales tax, which was voted for school-related capital. Columns H and I combined to equal the remainder of the $11 million that the county transfers over into that debt service fund. So the total revenues available are in column J, and you can see column K, the annual surplus deficit. With some of the recent debt that was issued, there are some uses of fund balance in this fund in 26 and 27. Those were planned and expected with the debt issuance. And they're starting out at roughly $29 million of that 33 of committed fund balance. So this was always the plan for these next couple of years, was to supplement the annual revenues with some of that built up restricted fund balance for schools. Again, after that point, you're in a positive mode of cash flow. These are the dollars plus your fund balance that will be available to fund debt service on projects going forward. And so as we start to look ahead, in talking with staff, we understand there's 3 projects on the near-term horizon for potential debt financing. On the county and community college side is the animal service facility, currently estimated at about a $12 million need. And then on the school side, there's Highland High School at a $120 million cost estimate, and CTE High School at a $60 million cost estimate. The animal service facility in Highland High School are in design process that is expected to wrap up later this year. And so we're assuming that debt is issued this fall of 26. Those are actions that you all may have to consider later this year. CTE High School is about a year behind that. We're assuming a fall of 2027 issuance for that. And so when we fund these projects, we're assuming each of these 3 projects would be debt financed. And we layer that into your existing debt that we just walked through. And you can see the impact on your policy ratios. You stay above your payout ratio in scenario 1. And I should have set this up for you. Scenario 1 is only looking at the first 2 projects. So the animal services facility and the Highland High School. It does not include CTE High School. We layer that in scenario 2. So in all of these scenarios, you stay in compliance with your 10-year payout ratio policy. Scenario 1, you stay in compliance with debt to assessed value. Scenario 2, you do increase slightly for about a year over that 2.5% level. But remember, this also, we're working off the 2026 tax base. This does not factor in any impacts of revaluation, which would increase your assessed value and decrease this debt to assessed value ratio. Finally, debt service to expenditures. Largely in compliance. They're 1 to 3 years, depending upon which scenario, where you might be above that 15%, but it's for a very short period of time. In our opinion and what we've seen elsewhere, this is something that you could easily do an exception to and would not be a red flag for the rating agencies. It's actually, a lot of times ends up being a positive conversation that you all as a board are aware of this. It's front of mind, and you chose to make an exception for these important projects. Okay? So that's the debt capacity. You have the debt capacity to take on debt for these 3 potential projects. On the affordability side, there is a shortfall in the revenues. Scenario 1 on the county side, well, both scenario 1 and scenario 2, that county and community college cash flow works. There's no need for additional revenue on that side. On the school side, just for Highland High School, there would be a total shortfall, fiscal year 30 to 36, of about $23 million. So you've got to come up with an additional $23 million of cash flow under that school affordability to pay for the projected Highland High School debt. And we've equated that to the number of pennies a couple of different ways. If you waited until fiscal year 30, you could come up with 2.2 pennies, followed by another 1.2 penny equivalent in fiscal 31 for a total of 3.48. Or you could look at doing everything up front, whether it's fiscal year 27 or fiscal year 28, you would need between 1.5 and 1.8 penny equivalent. These are the equivalent number of pennies to the dollars that you would need, right? The important thing is getting the dollars. And so, regardless of where the value of a penny is, after the 27 reval, you need to come up with between $2.5 and $3 million in either fiscal year 27 or fiscal year 28, depending upon if you wanted to get that money up front. Similarly, scenario 2, we're adding another $60 million of additional debt. So you can see that total shortfall goes up to just under $70 million in fiscal 29 to 37. And you can see the equivalent number of pennies. Obviously, it goes up accordingly. Fiscal year 27, the dollars are about 6.7 million that you would have to come up with the equivalent of. In fiscal year 28, it's about 7.7 million if you waited that extra year. So I think the takeaway is you've done a really nice job of setting yourselves up and coming up with this funding plan in the past. And now it's looking at the current needs. There are some additional dollars that have been identified if you want to fund these projects at these school projects at these levels in fiscal 26 and 27. Again, it's, on the low end, 2.5 to 3 million. On the high end, 6.7 to 7.7. Okay. I'm going to keep rolling. I know y'all have had a long meeting so far. Change gears here quickly to Harnett Water. Just high level, you've done a very good job of managing the Harnett Regional Water System. Very little debt outstanding, under $30 million, and you all know the breadth and the scope of that service that you provide. So overall, very little debt compared to the system that you all own. There is an additional debt that's coming online, the $80 million state revolving fund loan for the recent capacity expansion. That loan is still in process. It's being drawn down. It is not finalized yet. As that capacity expansion is finished, that loan will be issued by the state. So this will go up a little bit, but doesn't change the fact that compared to the scope of your system, you have very little debt outstanding on this system. And from a financial perspective, you have managed yourselves very well. You know the strength of this system. I know you see it all the time. But your revenues have historically covered your expenses and debt service at a good clip. It's allowed you to build up a very healthy, unrestricted cash balance. And that's really part of the reason why you've been able to avoid issuing debt in the past, because of that strong cash balance, largely a paid cash for projects. In talking with Tommy and others in the area, I know there's regulations coming up that are going to impact the capital needs of the system. I know Tommy's working on some studies right now that will quantify that for you. But you're starting from a position of strength to be able to manage those requirements in the future as those become quantified. Okay? And then same story on the solid waste side. Very little debt outstanding. It's all going to be gone in 3 years. And from a financial perspective, over the last 5 years, you have done a great job. Revenues covering expenditures every year, have been able to spend some cash on capital while still maintaining a very healthy cash balance in the system. And this is, I know, a point of pride for Kimberly. When she stepped into the job, there was some questions about whether this fund was going to be financially sustainable. And, you know, over the last 10, 12 years, has really gone from a tough position to a very strong financial position. So overall, county's in very good shape, good credit rating, good utility financial profile, good general fund financial profile, have debt capacity in all the funds, and you're really set up in the future to address future needs if you choose to do so. That's it. Is that fast enough?
That was quick. We appreciate that. Especially when we smell the food.
Trust me, my stomach was growling.
One little thing is that we don't, of course, we don't know what the revenues are actually going to be yet. And that, it would be awesome if we'd had this actually what the revenues are going to be. You know, but we don't know what that's going to be, or if the tax rate is even going to stay the same. I have no idea what. So, but thank you for all this info. It really helps.
Yes, sir. And I guess just one thing related to that, the dollars that are coming in from the general fund, right? That's the fixed $11 million. So regardless of where those revenues are, regardless of how much a penny generates, right? We're only counting on the $11 million in the baseline, which is why we then say, all right, so if you want to fund these schools on this schedule at these amounts, the additional revenue need is somewhere between $2.5 and $7 million, depending upon where you land. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of perspective, and we're updating this all the time with Kimberly and Alan. So as more information comes available, we'll get that to you.
And so just in the interest of time, Mitch has to get to another meeting, because we had it for the whole day when we originally had this plan, but the weather did not cooperate. But I did also want to point out that the focus today is on the general fund. And so when Tommy presents his CIP discussion, I think next month or this month, we'll do a lot more deeper dive with Tommy's stuff, because we'll have a lot more information that we can update with. So just didn't want you to think that we, just ran right over him, but we kind of did. So, but we'll go more in detail, and I think it'll be more appropriately placed, because Tommy will be talking about his CIP document, and then it'll all be together. And I think that's a lot more fitting for that. Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you. Thank you all. I'm sorry I'm going to have to run. I'm actually going to have to miss lunch.
Do you want to grab a piece of chicken?
I'll be okay. Are you sure? I got to start driving, so it might get a little cumbersome.
Let's see. We got. Do you want to? Coach, then we can eat and work at the same time?
Yes, sir.
So I think it would be appropriate if Mr. Morris, would you bless the food first?
Y'all will bow your heads, dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the many blessings we received. Bless this food and nourishment for our bodies and us at thy service. In Christ's name we pray.
We'll be at ease long enough to get your food and then start back. Good, thanks,
Can you believe that a Can you believe that it's already January 2026? In 2025, Harnett County accomplished so much. The Public Information Office, we assisted the county commissioners with hosting 5 town hall meetings across the county. We attracted over 90 residents who came out to learn about the commissioners and their priorities. One of the priorities for 2025 also was to grow our social media followers. On Facebook alone, we grew from 14,000 to almost 17,000 followers, and our engagement increased as well. Our website performs strong, and we attract over 60,000 visitors monthly for our website. And as the Public Information Office, I earned 7 certificates this year in National Disaster and Emergency Management to be better prepared in case of an emergency or crisis. So let's learn more about all that our county departments have accomplished in 2025.
We'll have, drafts talk about a little bit more in detail about our fund balance, the fiscal policy, how it impacts the county, how it relates to the debt funds, the strategic moving forward. As you are now aware, I have made my intentions to retire July 1 known. And so what this is this is basically my letter to you. Not the one that said that I was going to leave, but this is my letter to you trying to summarize the last 13 years of being your finance officer. You guys have been with, some of you have been with me the entire way. Some of you have come on, some of you, others have left. But I want to say that the board that we have today is, you're one of the best boards. Every board is a great board because they saw the need to do what needed to be done. They saw the future, and they put the confidence and faith in me as a finance officer to be able to say, okay, this is what we want to do, and then you put it in my hands and said, how do we do this? And so for that, I will be eternally grateful. All right, so just to start off and give you a brief overview, I'm going to talk about fiscal policy, its purpose, the historical significance, reserves, the budget impact on the reserves, and then that budget impact in the future. Then I'm going to speak very briefly about debt affordability and then close up with reserve strength. All right, so just a few bullet points out of your fiscal policy, and just the handbook that Davenport provided in the back is always a copy of our fiscal policies. So all I did was just pull out some key points here. So the main purpose of the fiscal policy is to maintain the financial integrity to meet the needs of the citizens through services it is mandated to provide or has elected to provide. It also insulates us from fiscal crisis. And I think, as you are well aware, that during the pandemic, we were not in the best financial shape, but because of policies and strategic planning that you and the boards before you had taken, actually insulated us from some of that crisis. We had a better than stellar collection rate for the tax department. So that helped us because, as you know, the main generating revenue source for the general fund is that collection of property taxes. It enhances our credit worthiness, as you heard from Coley. When we went to New York to speak to the rating agencies, they praised the financial policies, they praised our fund balance. They looked at where we were, looked at where we had gone, and that is what they were looking at, because at the end of the day, I know you hear quite often, and you've heard me say this, you cannot pick up a publication that there's not a unit of local government in it at some point in time, whether it's at the state level or a local, a small town, where there has been some disruption of theft, embezzlement, or they've done something that was against state statute. And so that's where the impact and that focus has been put back on that board to make sure that you are aware of what's going on in your county, that you are aware of everything from one penny to $1, that you know where every bit of it is. It also establishes a clear and consistent framework for budget and financial decisions. So it's kind of like our strategic plan. We have it's kind of our operating plan. We know where we're going. We know so that we know where we need to be, and everyone is following that same sheet of music, so to speak. It also links us to long-term financial planning with day-to-day operations. And then it provides the county staff, the county board of commissioners, and the county citizens a framework for measuring the fiscal impact of government services against established fiscal parameters. So this is the slide that has the one graph in it. And so you've heard me talk about, in order to know how we need to proceed with the future, we need to understand where we've been. That is actually a quote from Maya Angelou. You can't really know where you're going until you know where you've been. So I know this has a little more than our typical 10 years of data on it, but I wanted you to be able to see that in 2013, when we closed that fiscal year, our unassigned fund balance was at 17.8%. And then, so the yellow line is the unassigned fund balance. The green bars represent our expenditures. And then that blue line is our current policy, which states minimum of 15% with a target of 20%. So basically what that shows you is that as those policies were first implemented, so when we implemented our first fiscal policy in 2018, you could start to see an upward trend of our unassigned fund balance policy. That's because we used those that target fund balance, anything over 20% for one-time expenditures such as the pay down of debt, setting that aside for capital projects or other items. And so as we've gone along, we've been able to take advantage of that. And I remember back in the early years when we started building our fund balance, you know, every year when that report came out, Commissioner McCoy, and I'm going to tell you, talk about you again, would say, you know, this is great, we're building that fund balance. But I would always tell her, okay, yes, we're building it, but we're going to start spending it too. So when we started spending it, she never said a word. So, you know, she understood the plan, she understood where we were going. Because when we have healthy reserves, we are able to take advantage of so many opportunities. In addition, we can also take advantage, or we are also set to insulate, again, ourselves from economic downturns, from the general statutes and the legislative directives that are brought down. You've heard other departments talk about recently, as this morning, about social services. They now they have placed another guideline on the number of in-home waiting list. So that caused us to have to add more staff. So, you know, fortunately, we're able to do that. So just again, right quick, county will maintain minimum unassigned as defined by STAP at the close of each fiscal year equal to 15% of the general fund expenditures with a targeted unassigned fund balance equal to 20% of general fund expenditures. Defined one-time use of funds available over and above 20% target. And that's where if we want to set that aside in a capital reserve, if there's certain economic opportunities we need to take advantage of, if you are looking at doing something different with your personnel, you know, we've talked about retention, we've talked about that quite a bit this morning, you're able to do that. But again, those are one-times, so you really have to look at how you approach those items. And then scrutiny by Moody's and S&P and impact to the credit rating. And so in conjunction with Davenport's report this morning, I wanted to turn your attention back to pages 5 and 6. That was the discussion when we went to Moody's, how they look at what we do, how we do it, and the role of the board in that. And then next, oversight by local government commission and ability to issue debt. So when you refer to page 10 of Moody's Davenport's discussion, those are the debt affordability ratios and percentages that your board has adopted. So in one case study about some new planning financing that we're looking at doing, in red it was showing that we would be out of compliance. But where the management oversight comes in, and that's where it's documented, Moody's and S&P like to see that oversight and that involvement by the board, is that when that financing is issued or the resolution is approved, that you also make a comment in that notation that you understand that by approving the moving forward of this debt issuance, that it is going to impact your standards, but you don't anticipate it to be long. But at least that shows that you're looking at it. And then lastly, defines the action to be taken by the board if available reserves happen to decrease. All right, so now, this policy, this slide talks about budget impact on the reserves. So, and I'll just read it. The county has been strategic in its adoption of policies to address areas of priority. This forward thinking has enabled the county to grow reserves and set those funds aside in times of emergencies, legislative mandates, and to take advantage of economic opportunities. While every effort is made to anticipate and prepare for the unknown, persistent external factors continue to demand more of the county's reserves. So before I go on to the next bullet, I just wanted to be able to say that we had established capital reserve funds for different functions of our government or of our operations, such as the Jetport you heard about this morning, our debt service fund, and then the general fund and HARTS. We have those, Sheriff's Department, and Emergency Services. So we are setting aside and have a funding mechanism where we set aside capital to those different areas, so that if the Jetport needs to apply for a grant, that local match is already there. So those are funds that are set aside above and beyond your general fund balance that we'll talk about. The next bullet, and this is the one I'm going to spend a little bit more time on. In response to the loss of low wealth funding from the state, the county was required to hold schools harmless and replace funding that had been previously received. And this goes back to that legislative mandate that we had talked about. Because of our tax rate, we lost our low wealth. In fiscal year 2025, the county allocated $5.5 million, or 3.21% of those reserves, to replace $5.5 million of lost funding. For the current fiscal year, the county has allocated an additional 9% of reserves to replace $5.7 million of low wealth funding and $9.9 million for education expansion requests. So in the course of just a few actions or a few months, we actually took down about 13% of our unassigned fund balance. And so even though that is not for a one-time use, we were on at a particular time to where we knew the reval was coming up. So to show that oversight by the board and that this was an intentional approval and use of fund balance, we actually added another slide or another statement to your budget ordinance. But let me also point out that if the reserves had not been available, the action above would have required a 13.39 penny increase on the tax rate, as the value of 1 penny is equal to $1.5 million, and that's based on our current year budget. So that just kind of brings it all into perspective. So, like I stated before, so in line with the proactive management oversight encouraged by local government and bond rating agencies, the Board of Commissioners outlined their use of reserves and their plan to restore fund balance to policy levels in the 26 budget ordinance. Now, I won't go into great detail, but basically just what we've talked about. You as a board knew that the reval was coming up. You knew you wanted to look at that tax rate, and because our fund balance was healthy enough to sustain that type of use, that showed the rating agencies, and it should give a lot of confidence to the citizens that you are taking everything seriously, that you are looking at the financial health of the county, but you're also ready to make those difficult decisions to move this county forward to where they need to be, because we know with all the growth that's coming in, the kids are coming in, and trust me, when those U-Hauls come in, they are not bringing schools with them. So it's up to us to be able to handle that. But there again, from the time a school need is identified till the time that first bell rings in that facility, you're talking about a few years, because it takes that long to get the construction underway, the bidding, the financing, and everything else put into place. So So now this is our impact on reserves. As the county continues to grow at unprecedented levels, the board is tasked with not only maintaining current service levels, but seeing into the future, ensuring that future needs are met. Economic development, education, and the livability of our citizens remains a priority. The first step is to equip ourselves with the strategic goals and fiscal policies that we have adopted. Constant monitoring, adjusting, and preparation will be necessary to successfully guide our county. So I was trying to think of a way to kind of talk about this, and I know it's not the most interesting subject. It would never be on Netflix, I promise you, but basically what we look at is, we have our financial audit, which is an outside review of our expenditures, revenues, and those are audited, published, and that's what a lot of our financing is based upon. But then we also we have our capital improvement plan and process where in the fall we set aside and spend the extra time needed to identify future needs, future growth, and then that's adopted into a policy. So then the following spring, we have this kickoff meeting. And so that report is brought in to prepare the books that you just received, as well as hear that presentation, so that they can say to you, okay, they take our financial results, and then they layer on some of the items that we have identified in our capital improvement process of what we want to do. So for right now, we're looking at the animal shelter, and then we're also looking at an additional school. So then they look at the market and say, okay, if you were to move forward with this is what this is going to look like. This is what right now we're seeing in the market as far as percentages and what you can expect, what kind of interest rate and what kind of activity. And so, and let me speak about education. So education, the commitment to our future is not just limited to the classroom. Children and staff must have adequate facilities in which learning can thrive. It typically takes several years for a new facility to become a reality. Once a need is identified by the Board of Education, the responsibility for funding rests upon the shoulders of the county. Typically, the county will issue debt financed over 20 years. A debt fund was established to account for level county funding, restricted sales tax revenue, and to capture debt capacity as financings matured. A separate fund allows complete transparency and identifies the county's affordability during planning sessions. But due to the increase in cost and growing needs, those past reserves will no longer be adequate. So basically, when you heard Mitch mention that we actually have two debt funds that total that $33 million together, the reason they're now split out is that when you as a board sit down to look at building a school, financing an education project, you are looking at just the revenue that is available for that education facility. Nothing else muddies that water. And that way, it gives you a clearer, more transparent view of what we have before us, and then what we have left and what we need to do going forward. And then you can separate from the county general fund. So when a decision is made to construct facilities, you know that the money that you have set aside for education is in a separate bucket, and your decision has absolutely zero impact on that education building itself. Okay. All right, so now, just to briefly touch on, and I hate the chairman had to leave because this kind of steps into something he said this morning. So I used the last two schools that we issued debt for as an example, just to give you a general idea. So Northwest Elementary, we financed $43 million at 3%. And like we stated, that's for 20 years. So when we build a school, it's not we've built it, it's paid for, we're moving on. That is a 20-year commitment, and that is a 20-year dedication of those financial resources. So those resources are restricted and tied for 20 years. Now, we do have debt capacity that builds down as it frees that up, and that's what is captured in that fund. So we have that money isolated. But I did this more for education purposes. Our first annual debt payment on Northwest Elementary was $3.6 million. That is a payment every year. Now, it does go down, but that is you see the financial impact. Once we're done paying for that school over 20 years, we will have paid back $56.3 million. For Flatwoods that we've just completed, and you saw on the education debt fund, there was 2 years where we actually used reserves, those 2 years that were in red, that was where the Flatwoods debt came on. But because we had reserves, we were able to maintain that. So for Flatwoods, we financed just over 80 million at 5%. Notice the difference in the years and the interest rates as those rates are starting to come back up. Again, it was issued April of 25. It will mature in April of 2045. The first annual debt payment was over $7.6 million. When we are finished paying for that school, we will have paid back $119 million. Now, the size of our county, we are not physically able, financially able to pay cash for our school and our buildings, but this does show you that with the credit rating that we have, and we could be in a better position, how critical our reserves are in relation to our credit rating. Because think about if we had not had the credit rating that we had, the interest rates that we would have gotten. But also I want you to see the difference in what we financed and what we repaid. The difference in those two schools, we could have built another school. So again, I'm not advocating just spending $120 million when we can take advantage of the interest rate environment. But when I am faced with financing a project, I look at those things. Do I pay for it with cash, or do I leverage my reserves to earn more money to put back into the county? So the next one. All right, so now this is again on the affordability part, and I am referencing back to pages 26 and 29 of Davenport's discussion. So the Highland High School. So I have called this over heels for so many times. I just started to do it again, and I do not know why. I apologize. But anyway, for Highland High School, and these are just planning numbers only, right now we are looking at, based on current market projections, we're looking at $120 million. And again, right now we're projecting that with the position of the county with our credit rating, we're looking at again going out for about 5%. So that's what our planning is based on. Our first annual debt will now be $11.8 million. And then the total amount that would be paid back after 20 years will be $183 million. At the current levels, the projected revenue and reserves will not be sufficient to sustain debt payments. Unless the county can prove its ability to repay debt, the local government commission will not approve the issuance of any new debt. And I had the misfortune at the very beginning of when the county went out to build a similar school, and the LGC stopped us because we did not, number one, have the reserves, we did not have the repayment ability, and you can see in that one slide where our fund balance was, you can see why, because if we can't show that we can pay that back and then also sustain operations, then they are not going to allow us to issue that debt. That is the oversight of the local government commission, and I think I spent the first 6 months that Brent was here apologizing to him about the oversight of the local government commission. But I will say that when our bonds go out in the market for sale, when we do issue debt, usually within about 15 to 20 minutes, we have sold all of our debt. So that is because the people who purchase our debt know that as a North Carolina county, we have that oversight. It's kind of like, you can loan your buddy $20, but if you know your buddy doesn't pay it back, you really don't want to loan it to him. But then if someone else steps in and says, I'll guarantee it, okay, well then you kind of know. So it's kind of like that, our ability to repay. They know that we are a sure thing. So, all right, so now we'll talk about the power of fiscal planning. This goes back to those policies and then that strategic planning that we've talked about. If the county were to issue debt this year, and that is our plan this fall, to issue that debt for a new high school, the fund would potentially be depleted by the end of 2029. And again, if you will use this page if you have a chance to look back on those pages from Davenport's presentation, you'll be able to, this will hopefully kind of help additionally explain what you're looking at. So if we were to, bless you, so if we were to take action now, we would set aside just over 1.5 pennies on our tax rate, we would not have a funding deficit in 2029. But if we wait until 2029, until we have to have money, it's gonna cost us over 3 pennies on the tax rate. That is just the difference in the impact, and this is on the 2026 numbers, that 1 penny generates just over 1.5 million. So that is the reality of being able to plan now. Yes, sir.
So the question that I have is that the potential to be depleted, is that the fund balance? Yes. Okay.
That's the reserves. Oh, and I have a book for you as well. So if you were to flip over to that page.
She's got his book.
Okay. So if you were to flip over, it shows each year, we have that debt payment, then it shows how much over or under the current year revenues it's using. But then that very last column, that's that fund balance. And that's what we've talked about, that those funds are set aside.
Correct. But so, long story short, we gotta add some more money to that. Either start now at a lower level or wait, and it's more you gotta put in. Because if we start now, you can build for a couple of years to kind of keep building that fund balance up so you don't have to have as much.
So that is just basically giving more, I guess, more purchasing power to our penny.
Can I say something? I just want to say, I'm listening to her report and I can say she and her staff have created this kind of plan for us to stay ahead rather than for us to be behind. Because years ago, not so far many years ago, when I first got in, our fund balance was 8 to 0. And we were just about in trouble. Tommy, you know it. We were just about in trouble with the LCG. I mean, we were just about being, Hunt County, our team, we were in a bad position. And that's why right to this day, I'm always asking Kimberly about the finances and our fund balance, how we spend money. She created the plan to pay as we go. So I gotta give her credit for it.
Thank you, ma'am. So, but basically, like I stated, that just shows the purchasing power of that penny. And even though, sometimes when I look at that number in Mitch's report, and it says we've got 33 million set aside, I'm like, yippee. But then I sit back and I start looking at, okay, we're gonna bring on a new school, that's $11 million. That's 11 million for the next 20 years. And so, it just continues to snowball. But then all of a sudden you're like, okay. So, but what I've also been able to do is to take advantage of the interest rate. So the money that's in that reserve, I've been investing it like a banshee, and I hope that's not an inappropriate word, but I have been investing it trying to maximize those dollars. And so, and keep in mind that that 1.5, just over 1.5 pennies, that is just for Highland. That does not include that CTE school. I know we've got it on the planning for fall, but that does not include, that is just one school, so.
These numbers are at your current valuations and not what we're fixing to.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly. So if the value goes up, it could be only 1 penny.
When Christine goes through her magic, we may end up 2/3 of that 1.59 going away.
Yes, sir. So, okay. Did you look ahead? Okay, so now this is my final slide, and this is where I really want to, and I apologize, I read this whole presentation because this has been a very emotional moment for me, because I know this is my last one with you, my last budget preparation. I can't believe I've been here 30 years, but it feels like it, but sometimes it doesn't. So basically, I just wanted to be able to, I apologize that I'm reading it, but I have to read it or I won't be able to talk. So basically, as we begin preparations for the 27 budget year and the revaluation, I urge you to study the information that I have provided in this presentation. The reserve policies that have been adopted have enabled the county to meet numerous challenges, but there's still so much to be done. You have heard me say over the years that fortune favors the prepared, and there's not a better example than what you have before you. You have a difficult task ahead of you, and the weight of the county is upon your shoulders. As we move forward in preparation of the budget and discussions of the revaluation, I urge you to give serious consideration to the development of the tax rate. And so when I talk about the tax rate, I'm not talking about certain levels. We're talking, because right now, with Christine's presentation and the reval numbers, we don't know what 1 penny's gonna bring. We know the valuation number, so Lisa will calculate that revenue neutral. But what I'd like to focus on in this presentation, and to leave you with my final thought, is that we're talking about the pennies. We need to put those pennies back to restore that fund balance. Because right now, my unassigned fund balance at the close of my 2025 year, you saw settled out at 21.07. And so anything over the 20% that typically we would use that to fund those capital funds, that's about $2 million. And in our dollars today, with the size of the projects that we have and what we do, $2 million is just not there. So that gives another thought too. But I really want you to take a look at putting those pennies back and retaining those. So let me just go on to my final points. The restoration of fund balance reserves to continue policy directives and to ensure strong credit worthiness. And if you'll also notice on that graph, I still continue to include that 25% fund balance policy, because I know at one point we had talked about increasing that target to 25. I want to just keep that on there to let y'all know, just so you can see. I think the 20 is still more than sufficient, because as our reserves go up, you know, that there's still going to be enough in there. And with the kind of planning that we're able to do, we're getting back to a more level. So, because when we were first coming out of those lean years, we had so much deferred capital. We had so much that needed to be done. We were actually having to spend money twice to be able to catch up to get to where we needed to be. And so that's where trying to secure that 25%. But still, somewhere in between is still good. And it doesn't mean that you can't have over that. It just, I just wanted y'all to be able to see that difference and how that would look if you had gone with the 25% policy, because I know Vice Chairman asked about that from time to time. Also, setting aside a dedicated amount to meet the capital needs or debt of the schools. I would like to propose, as we go in there, that you actually consider setting aside so many pennies on the tax rate for that school debt. And so in addition, back when I first established this debt fund, after we took the current year debt payments and backed out the restricted sales tax, the county had to put in about $10.8 million to meet that debt payment for that year. And so I just rounded it up to 11. So since 2018, $11 million has been going into that fund. And we have calculated, and we now have 33 million sitting there. And all we didn't do anything different. All we did was just capture those resources. And it was painless, and you guys never knew what was going on, but all of a sudden, here we are. We have a healthy fund to be able to look at. So, but I will say that if you set aside an additional penny, as that value goes up, so will the contribution to that. So just to kind of give you an idea there. And then setting aside a dedicated amount to meet current expense needs of the schools to potentially replace the current funding mechanism. So our current funding mechanism was based on that low wealth. Right now, we're still unsure if we're going to have to, if we will be under that low wealth moving forward. We don't know, but the current funding mechanism that we operate under is that we start with the amount per pupil of the prior year, and then we use the number of pupils to get that formula. So that way we don't give less than what we give the prior year. But we just learned about 2 years ago that it's not just what we do, we're also compared to what everyone else does with their tax rate as well. So, and you can, the statement that was put in the budget ordinance does give that little bit of historical history that it, we were trying to be good stewards of that reval. And had we set that tax rate just 2 cents higher, we could have avoided the having to make the schools hold them harmless for that low wealth. But again, that may be a different funding mechanism, setting aside so many pennies on your tax rate for that current expense. That's something that's quite a ways down the road, and Lisa's Lisa has volunteered to address it, so anyway, she could do it. Also, to identify a funding mechanism to meet the general fund needs identified in capital improvement plan. So again, if we stay at our max funding, like I stated, there's only $2 million of excess fund balance over reserves that we would have transferred out to pre-fund these capital improvement plans that we've set aside. Because it also, at the end of the day, it's not, like I stated, it's not just about the schools. It's about the economic development. It's about all of it and how it fits together. So when you put attention on one area, the other areas tend to suffer. So that's where we have to work on and maintain a balanced approach to everything that we do. Also setting aside a dedicated amount for economic development strategies. We've been able to take advantage of several opportunities in the last few years that hopefully will that tied into your strategic plan about how to move this county forward. And then also continued funding of services and employment retention and development. And I promise you, I did not know anything about Janice's presentation this morning. So when he said that about retention, I thought, oh man. So anyway, just wanted to kind of put this in front of you and just ask that you give serious consideration when you are developing that tax rate. I know it's not popular. I'm a taxpayer too. I don't want to see my property taxes go up, but at the same time, when I see how much is before us and what has to be done, and then the price of taking action now to set it aside versus what it's going to cost us later on, to me, that's very proactive. Yes, sir.
I have another question. Something that I was just thinking about. So when we went and set the tax rate a couple years ago after the reval, where we shot ourselves in the foot lowering it for the low wealth funding. Now, that taken into consideration, is our fund balance included? Like, obviously that's included in that tax rate, but does that affect the low wealth funding? What I'm asking is, if say we're at 20%, if we moved it up to 25 and made that our standard, and that was put in there with the tax rate, will our fund balance, say that 25% allotment, does that play a factor in being revenue neutral?
You
get what I'm saying? If it's 20% and we put it up to 25, that gives us more of a cushion for us to be revenue neutral and could put us closer to that low wealth funding mark.
Yes. So that formula actually takes into account our assessed value. It takes into account our reserves. It takes into account our tax rate. And then it compares us also. I mean, it's a very detailed formula. It takes certain data measurements, drops it into a formula, but like I said, it also compares us to the state average. So it's a whole, and honestly, I don't know how they came up with it.
So just given those factors, it'd be safe to say it'd be smarter to go ahead and build in that 25%. In order for the tax rate to be at the revenue neutral point, to give us more of that cushion, so for that to be
so if you like,
or to build your fund balance. Well, but I'm talking about to qualify for the low wealth. Like that would offset it though.
So what we could do is I could go back and pull that formula back out, and we can try and drop some things into it to kind of get a general idea. But we won't know in 2 years, because that's how long it takes for that data to come back out. So basically, it's about strengthening our reserves. It looks at all of it. It also looks at our tax rate, our assessed value. But for us, it looked at the value and said, okay, you can afford to have your tax rate higher. You can afford to give the schools more, and that's the big chunk of that formula that it took against us.
But it didn't really have anything to do with our fiscal policy fund balance percentage.
No, I understand that, like what our fiscal policy is, but the dollar amount and the percentage on what it would be, that
You see what I'm saying? That gives us that buffer there to where we can,
That's
you know,
a good way to
it's
look at it.
Yes.
allocated
Yes.
towards something.
Yes, because we won't know what it's a weighted formula. There is no way we know what that is.
So that'll give us a safety buffer,
Yes,
is what I was
yes,
trying to.
that would be
I mean,
smart.
you figure
And that's what I'm
5%
saying,
or
I
whatever.
think that's
how
the
many millions.
I think that's the key, is it gives you that safety buffer. Plus, it also does another thing, you know, it gives you the opportunity when Stephen rolls in here and says, hey, we got an opportunity to do something over here that can help us generate jobs, but we need $5 million for that. You don't have to think about it. You don't have to go scrambling. You don't have to go borrowing. You know, you've got that buffer, that reserve there that you can say, okay, this is a one-time investment that's going to pay itself back over the next 5 or 10 years. But you have that reserve there to be able to do that, or any other thing that comes up. You know?
And to Ms. McCoy's point, and what Kimberly has done is smartly invested. You think about the CARES Act dollars, the ARPA money, the General Assembly money that came, that's a one-time thing. You'll probably never see that again. So that was smartly invested. The interest rates are at a good percentage, so we were able to capitalize on that. And she's taken that money and put it in these pockets to get you where you are right now. So that's an important asset for us to consider, because you're never going to see that again. Trust me. I mean, I've been doing this 33 years, and that just fell out of the sky. So, and that's why you need to take advantage of that. But the board has been very smart in putting these strategic plans and fiscal policies together in order to get where you're at. In my opinion, the growth is going to continue. It's just a matter of how we manage it.
Yeah.
So and building the schools is going to be a key part of that.
And it's gonna cost us more.
Expensive for
It's
It's gonna cost us a
That's
lot
right.
more with the growth, if the growth continue.
That's
The
right.
citizens continue to move into this county. But the thing that I look at is that the past year, when everything hit fan and we faced a lot of changes with the money and all, what we had to spend and all, we were safe. And then we had citizens that was coming to the meeting saying that we should stop the fund balance, drop the fund balance and all of that. And I sit there and I look and I said, I am very pleased with this group here that you didn't go for that and push the issue.
Right, that's a good point.
And so so I know 8% is kind of a guideline, but you can't touch, in local government, when it comes to a sound financial health of a county or of a local government unit, you cannot touch one thing that does not have a ripple effect across others. And so, and it's not just like you touch something today and, oh, well, if it messes this up, I'm gonna fix it next year. It's not. You're talking about one stone takes several budget cycles to repair. And so the numbers that we show, that I've always shown, none of that included the ARPA money or all of that huge bucket of money, because we set that aside and we haven't touched it. And everything that has been done that you've approved for the ARPA projects, the ARPA eligible projects, everything has been over here in another pocket. It had absolutely nothing to do with the general fund. So that way, when you are crafting that budget and you want to look at this, at the market study, and you want to make an adjustment to that, what you have in front of you is the dollars and the reserves that it takes to do your operating. Because I don't know if you remember or not, because I say a lot, but my goal when I first started as finance officer was to treat our general fund like our day-to-day operations. That's where we pay our employees, pay our light bills, we pay all of that. And then our debt fund, it's over here. Because at the end of the day, we're in just as much trouble. If we default on a loan, it's just like, now they won't come take our school, but, they will, it's not good. And then it takes you years to recuperate from that. But at the same time, we have our health insurance for our employees over in a separate fund. So if we have a few catastrophic type events for our employees, we have that money covered. The general fund doesn't have to turn around and supplement those. So basically, they're independent grown adults that moved out of the house, so to speak, or teenagers that moved out. And so that's where, when we talk about retention, it's not just about the salaries. You heard he talked about retention, but it's also about, the strategic plans that you put in place, the RPI, the supervisory training. There's a lot of people who leave and they come back. And you hear them, the reason they came back is because this working environment, they love Harnett County, they love the team, they just love being here. And they don't have to, I couldn't imagine having a job to where for 30 years I absolutely despise to get in my car and drive to a building. I couldn't do it. So it's not just the money, it's the other things as well. So I know I probably took my time in Mitch's too, but.
Amen, because when I got elected, the atmosphere for the employees of this county was so bad. We were not able to retain good employees in high positions in this county because the pay was so low. And I kept saying we need to increase the pay, we need to increase, and they didn't believe me because they said she's new. But what happened was, they did a survey of the surrounding counties, the same size of ours in population, and they realized that we were losing people because of the pay issue here. So Kimberly had to address that. What we did, we got 8% that first year, 8%. And
1990.
And I'm telling you, it just went on up.
I left the sheriff's office when Earl was gone. When I came back in June of 91, of the 24 road deputies, 19 of them had less than a year's experience. And it goes back, we were doing nothing but training folks for other counties. That's why I asked so many questions about where we're at on our pay with being competitive, because there's no point in us investing in folks and not paying them and then losing them.
Well, every single day, over 1,000 people are ambassadors of Harnett County, and those are our employees. And so I'm a firm believer that if you compensate someone adequately, then you can expect more out of them. And I think that bar has been set by the board, by management, by Brent, to say, okay, if I'm giving you a fair wage, then I expect service to our citizens. I don't want to see someone misusing, anyone or talking. I mean, they are there, you are there for them. So, all right, I'm off my soapbox.
Sound good?
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Kimberly. I'll go ahead and take over now since Chairman had an appointment. Ms. Lisa, if you would like to go ahead and do the Harnett County trends for us.
So I want to stay in Commissioner Morris's good graces, so mine is actually going to be the quickest one. All right, so instead of trends, we're just going to call this growth trends, because a while ago, from all the presentations today, it all leads back to growth. So this chart, we pulled this data from the State Demographer's website, and the 2024 is the latest data. So our towns, Chloe's passing this out for me. So our towns have grown about 11.2% since 2020, and the unincorporated area has grown about 6.2%. And with all our lots in Andrew and Lillington, this is going to increase pretty drastically over the next few years. And earlier we were talking about the new homes being constructed. It was pretty consistent in fiscal year 23 and 24. And in fiscal year 25, it jumped up 22%. And then since July 1, we've already constructed 1,008 homes as of February the 8th.
They're under construction now.
No, these have been CO'd.
Okay.
Yeah.
This calendar year already.
Well, no, not calendar year, but from July 1 through February the 8th.
This first 6 months of the year.
And that's just in the unincorporated areas.
Yeah, it doesn't count towns.
That doesn't include the Littleton trying to annex everything in the country.
If we added that in, it would be a whole lot more.
That's what I asked is on the subdivision that's on Harnett Central Road, it's 900 lots. That's not included.
If it is in the city of Lillington, it's not.
Yeah, because I understand that they've annexed that, so.
Another indicator of our tax-based growth is the number of building inspections. And you can see the increase from fiscal year 25 over 24, and that was about a 6% growth. And then if you look at fiscal year 26 over 25, I'm sorry, that's about a 6% growth over this time last year in the first 6 months. And this is just another view of what it looks like each fiscal year over the first 6 months. So you can see we're continuously growing. Another indicator of growth is the registered deeds excise tax by quarter. They grew 21% from fiscal year 25 over fiscal year 24. And so far in the first 6 months, we're already up 18% over this time last year. And this is just another view of the first 6 months. Also, the number of foreclosures is starting to increase. There was a moratorium back during the pandemic. So since pre-pandemic, we're still below those averages. But from fiscal year, or from calendar year 24 to 25, it jumped up 51%.
That created, Matt, jump in here because you're in the business. We're starting to see the valuations come down. Days on market's getting longer and longer. And this John Doe, who paid $350,000 for this $250,000 house, has got to move now. He's $100,000 upside down. He's gonna walk away from it. How is that gonna affect us?
Good point. Very good point.
You know, he's gonna lose, I guess Christine has $100,000 loss in a foreclosure. How is it gonna affect your evaluation?
Foreclosures are not part of the sales study that goes into valuing the properties.
So that,
But where you are gonna see that is with comparables that start taking on that.
The thing about it, she doesn't calculate the foreclosure price, but once it resells, and it resells $100,000 cheaper, then our base is coming down that much.
Your next reval will be not as much growth or decline, but definitely not as much growth.
If you buy a foreclosure and it's $100,000 cheaper than what the current tax value is, and you.
I'm going up there with my piece of paper, exactly.
She don't have a whole lot of leg to stand on other than to reevaluate it right then.
Exactly, because that is the market.
And this is part of what keeps me awake at night, because there's so many been sold. And what Rose McGowan used to say is 200% lend into the substandard lendee, and they're gonna walk away from it because they got nothing invested in it. And at the end of the day, the taxpayer is the one going to end up holding the bag.
I mean, and that's exactly kind of what you're seeing. You had everybody after COVID that was in a buying frenzy, you know, paying $100,000 more or more for their house at a almost double interest rate. So think, you know, years ago, 3-4%, you know, you'd be able to stay in a house for 5 years and be able to get a little bit of equity in it, enough to pay at least a broker and, you know, maybe make a couple of repairs and stuff and walk away. I mean, I'm afraid we're going to be back to 2011, 12, looking when people have to come to the table with a check in their hand to sell their house.
Well, I think you'll agree with me. Days on market will usually tell you what's going on. And at the time that this reevaluation was done, or they actually pulled the numbers, we were at hours, maybe a day. Now we're at, what, 45?
Yeah, we're up well over a month, 2 months, you know, pushing depending on certain areas. Even Anderson Creek is seeing 60+ days.
Yeah, so those are all indicators that the market, the brakes are on. So,
and that's one thing, Brett and I, we went to 4 economic forecasts in the month of January, and it was government, housing, banking, you name it. We listened to that as far as what's happening in Martin Marietta. You see what's happening with Stone, you look at Utah, you're in a transient area also. Boy, there's 339 people moving to North Carolina a day. You're at 11.6 million in the population of North Carolina. And that's what Lisa's showing right here with the trends of where we're at. But y'all bring up some really good points, and that's Kimberly's points about how strong this fund balance has got to be, because you don't know what the future is. And that's why we've got to be so protective about where we're at, providing that service, building those schools, and making sure the quality of life is in play.
What I see, the thing that really scares me, and
get historical information. You've got all these homes that are out there, you know, at the higher values. Right now, you've got all these new homes coming in, you know. It seems like in 2021, the developers really started getting hot and heavy because they saw that market and that need there. But the same thing that happened, you know, 15, 20 years ago is as the comparables are starting to drop, you're already starting to see it now to where developers are offering incentives. Once you start seeing those incentives happen, you start seeing price reductions. That is that trend to where, you know, price reduction on a home that's used compared to a brand new home, you know, that concessions, they're offering upgrades, they're offering bonuses and different things that they're putting out there. But what you're going to happen is the developments right down the road that are these 300, 400, 500 home developments, and you have a developer that comes in there. What it does two things. They're going to come in, they're going to have a construction loan on the house, they're going to need to sell that in X amount of days on market. That doesn't happen. They offer price reductions, and that starts setting those comparables for everybody else around that has to compete with that. And what you're going to see is a lot of these homes sitting on the market for a while. A lot of these developers are going to be defaulting on their loans, not being able to pay for them. And you're going to have a lot of half-finished communities, I think, here in about 5 years or so. And we're going to be sitting here like, oh man, we got all these houses, and you know, the prices are starting to tick down, and now we're going to have to readjust rates another way. So
Either that or they had turned into rentals.
and we're going to have that with base.
I can remember Rosen Goblin telling a story. He had built A, B, and C Street in Irvine. For those of you who are, they're all farmers, all plan 90 houses. And Carter's administration hit it, and he'd been sitting a while. Bank came by to see him. They were talking to him about the houses he had sitting so long. He said 18 sets of keys on the desk. And said, if you think you can sell them better than I can, you sell them. They said, no, we just want to adjust your payment so you can make them. We got plenty of houses. I mean, the bank didn't even want them back. And I'm scared that's what we're going to run into. So the moral, what I'm trying to say here is I agree with what you're saying, but I think we need to put a little more back if we can, but cover the offset of this, because we sit here and what if it to death, but the truth be known, until it happens, we really don't know how good or how bad it's going to be.
Well, sitting in this seat 5 years ahead of where we were 5 years ago, looking at everything that has just happened in what literally feels like a year time. You know, if you can imagine 5 years from now and what it could possibly be either way, you know, and how unpredictable it is and how much can happen. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely wise for us to continue planning as we are. And I mean, I remember when I first got on the board, we didn't even have any of this. We sat here and it was day-to-day operations, and it was like, where's the plan? Where are we going? And now we have a distance and direction, and you know, we're working there, we're laying the foundation. Hopefully, you've laid the foundation, hopefully that continues to pave the way for many, many more years, and we take this and implement it and keep it going. So thank you very much. And
Thank you.
that's why we gotta make these decisions.
It's all talking for this all. Tom jumped over the park.
I guess one thing that has improved over the last 5 years is our unemployment rate. So the chart on the left is what has been over the last 5 years. In December of 2025, Harnett County's unemployment rate was at 3.7, which is a little higher than the state average at 3.4. And you can see in October of 2025, there was a little break, and that was because of the government shutdown. They didn't release any of the numbers, so that's why there's a blank there.
And I apologize.
No, that's what this is about. So if you have anything you want to add.
Yeah, good point.
Yes. So for Harnett County, employment levels right now, and this kind of fluctuates day by day, but as of yesterday, well, full-time positions stay the same. And that's 1,045 full-time positions, but we had 72 vacancies, which is almost a 7% vacancy rate. Most of these are in our larger departments, which typically is always in our sheriff's office and social services. In the sheriff's office, out of those 29, there are 10 deputy positions, 11 in the detention center, and 4 school resource officers.
It would be nice if we had a breakdown to when those 29 positions left.
Well, since we've had to keep pushing this meeting back, I've updated it multiple times. A week ago, there were 24 vacancies.
What I'm saying is that these kids today don't seem to have the
Staying power.
Yeah, I don't want to use the word loyalty, but, I came to work down here and I've been here for 35 years and I stayed on the job here, but, what percentage of them left because they were going back home or going somewhere they wanted to be, and how many left over money?
And we have that information because HR has been doing exit interviews for the last year and a half. So at least anybody that's left in the last year and a half, we've been able to capture that information. We weren't doing that before.
Be nice to know that on every
at least a year and a half, maybe 2 years.
And that's something we can get and have Janice present on why people are leaving.
I mean, it's just, that's a battle we fought, especially, I mean more about it with the sheriff's office and everything else, but the bottom line is if you don't pay them, they're gonna leave. So.
Even if you are paying them, they leave.
Yeah, there's a percentage gonna leave anyhow.
That's right. Yeah.
I mean, it's just.
Spouse moves.
I'll be honest with you, the first 7 or 8 years I was here, as long as y'all were called and said, I got a slot for you, I'd probably gone back home to Sam.
Yeah.
But then after I got settled and got married and everything else, this is home now. And, I guess what I'm trying to say is, do we have a way to figure out how to fix as much of the problem as we can?
County's come a long ways.
Oh, yeah. But there's a percentage of them probably got, with the current trends nationwide, probably got out of law enforcement altogether.
Oh, yeah.
And in our social services department, a majority of those vacancies are in our children's Medicaid division, and that's basically where they're income maintenance workers. And a couple of years ago, we upgraded these positions from a income maintenance worker 1 to a 2 to try to recruit more people, but we're still having vacancies.
When you catch one of those days and y'all don't have anything to do, then I say that being the position. But it would be nice to know to take the positions that are vacant in the sheriff's office and look at, say they're entry-level positions, and look at the entry-level positions for the surrounding communities.
And that's what the comp study did.
Okay, and that
So
gives us.
we can provide.
Okay,
It's in
so
the
you're
study.
already ahead of it.
Yeah, we tried tackling this a couple of years ago when we were having that retention issue.
Besides giving it, as we go into the budget, we'll have a recommendation as it relates to increases for staff. But Janice is also going to take that and those positions that were in that lower amount, in other words, below average for the surrounding, we're going to raise those and fix these scales that we have for certain grades.
The law enforcement and the EMS stuff, because that's the only ones that I knew enough to keep up with back in my day. If you went to the county, there might be a $10,000 difference.
Yeah, we've been doing, I can't tell you how many people I approve that either, if they come to us with education experience, we're giving them a higher starting wage in order to attract them. So we're kind of already doing what needs to happen across the board, almost not quite across the board, but with a bunch of our positions, is raise that starting salary.
And that's to a sign of the times. When I was starting patrol deputy, if you went in and talked to Captain and said something to him, and he said, well, if you don't like it, leave, I can replace you twice before you get out of the parking lot. And that was the attitude they had back then, because it could.
Yeah.
And those times have changed.
The labor market's a lot tighter.
But anyhow, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. You're good. And the last slide that I have is on our sales tax collection, and this is for the first 4 months. You can see that in fiscal year 26, we are about 15.6% over where we were at this time last year, and that's roughly $820,000 more than what we collected in sales tax.
That's a sign of the number of people moving to our county.
So you're saying that the 1/4 cent I'm sorry, no, I'm thinking about something.
Yeah, so-
Speaking of,
I know what you're thinking.
No, this is for our Article 39
Total-
sales tax
total.
collection. Yes, so
Total,
what we've
all four
told.
articles.
Yeah, the quarter cent's 4 million in change.
Yes.
Quarter, that's right.
It's in the restricted fund.
Yeah.
We got to touch that.
This is what we get
You'll
to
kind of
keep
talk
right here.
that.
This is
This
what
is our
we get
general
to.
fund.
This is what we get to use.
Yeah, this is what you get out of state. Yeah, the quarter cent is obligated to make a payment on bid acres, if I remember right.
So we're a little over about 15.5% of where we were at this time last year.
That's a particular set of nuts
Yeah.
that I've squirreled away.
Got any questions?
No, I notice it more and more, I've squirreled this away coming out of our mouth at every turn.
Well, it was like herding squirrels, but
Cats.
cats too. But you see, it has worked.
Oh, yes, yeah, there's no argument.
All right, anybody have any questions or comments for Ms. Lisa? No? All right, well, we actually have two more items that are left on the agenda here, the boards and goals and priority, or board goals and priorities, and the legislative priorities. We're gonna go ahead and move those to next week since this meeting has been long enough. We're down 2 members right now. So I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
What did you say? The name of it again? The subject that was on?
The last two, the board goals and priorities and the
Okay.
legislative priorities, we're gonna move to next week for the sake of time.
But you do have the paperwork that we were going to go over with you.
Yeah.
So if you want to look ahead, look at what our priorities are, a couple of changes that I'm requesting to be made as far as the priorities or think that you would want to make. And you can take a look at those and then we'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting so that we have all participants, hopefully, and then also be able to have a longer discussion instead of feeling rocky.
That's, is that a night meeting?
Yes, next week's the 19th, on Monday.
All right.
I won't be here. I'll be at my conference.
Okay.
Well, I think we can handle it as far as, we got your part done.
Yeah, I think you've heard enough from me.
We know what you needed to present to us to help us with these decisions.
All right, nothing further. I have a motion to adjourn. Second. All right, there we go. We are adjourned.
Thank you all.